Well, he has his point of view. She has her point of view. It's all in relationships. But tonight, love gone wrong in the living room. Y'all hang in there now. It's time to go. Let's go.
I'm a filmmaker. I've worked in film, video, and television for over 30 years. I took a little break, but now I'm back.
Hello, and welcome to another edition of Art Imitates Live with me, Tanya Dixon. Y'all, we started a little late tonight. You know how it goes sometimes. You have that week that seems like it will never end. Oh my gosh, it was quite a week. And so I'm happy to be chilling with the team tonight and doing our whole thing. You know how it goes. We got to do some tea. So Who's Back the Tea will be first with the hot topics. Got a lot for you tonight. Some things, kind of going back over some things that we've talked about before, and then some new stuff, of course. And then in the living room, love gone wrong. Do celebrity relationships taint the truth of real abuse? We've got to get in deep on that one. You all know the kind of controversy that's going on with Kim Kardashian and Kanye West. It kind of stemmed into a whole conversation for us. And we just want to know your opinion too. So know how we do. You can always come on our chats, whether it is here on YouTube with us or on Facebook or on Twitch. Be sure to catch us. And I'll put the address for Twitch out there for those of you who are not familiar. You can make sure that you come in. But as always, we got to hear a word from the sponsor. And we'll be right back to kick things off in just a few moments. Here we go.
Art Imitates Live with Tanya Dixon is being sponsored by Tandiland Global, bringing your multimedia dreams to life.
Hey, welcome back. Well, I think we're going to have a lot going on tonight, so I think it's about time for me to bring the folks on in. So unmute yourselves, folks, and come on in so we can start talking about how your week was. Hey, my phone is just doing too much over here. I don't know if y'all can hear. I'm like, please stop all that. How y'all doing?
Woo, good.
Maintaining,
Okay, Michael. We're so happy to have you back here. You've been away, and of course, we express our most sincere condolences for the loss of your father. And we're so happy to have you back here and joining us in our family again. Your family away from your family.
Yay! Yeah.
So everybody else, I'm sorry, I kind of cut. I think Bridget was about to say something.
I miss
Bridget,
my brother.
All right. Bridget, were you about to say something? I cut you off? Okay. So I thought it was just now when I was talking.
No.
Sometimes I do that by mistake. I'm sorry, y'all. But I'm going to add, wait, Bridget frozen. She's frozen.
Oh, I gotta take a picture.
Bridget's already freezing up, and she got a mouth open this time.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So at least it ain't me this time, So, but I know y'all. We talked very briefly, of just about asking y'all how you're doing, and so tonight I do want to kind of know as we try to get myself ready to go into the full show. So, how was your week? We'll start off with you, Bridget. How was your week?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
My week has been busy, completely busy. Still trying to get everything moved and organized. I have done nothing but move.
Uh-oh.
That's all I want.
Bridget, you go in and out. You say you done nothing but move, and then your camera went out. Like that's all she needs to say. Yeah, your camera said, "Okay, that's it." So, are you unpacked?
I know. It's crazy.
Are you unpacked yet?
I'm unpacked. I've been building outside furniture, play stuff for the kids, beds, exercise equipment. I've been building around the house. I am the builder.
Okay.
So
Bridget the builder.
yeah.
Okay, good.
That's good.
Well, that's going to be my new one. Instead of Bob the builder, I'll say Bridget the builder.
The builder. I am. But I got everything built. Everything is organized now, so I can rest now.
All right. Well, that's good. At least you're making some headway on the whole thing. I haven't started yet, so I can't say nothing. I know, right? What about you, Ron? How was your week? Thank you. How was your week, Ron?
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Productive week. I've got some things done. Working on some new stuff that I need to do and get some things straightened out. But other than that, everything's been good.
Okay, cool. And Michael, once again, welcome back. How was your week?
Well, my week was busy, fast yet slow, high yet low, and you know how the rest go.
I said, I know you're gonna come with something.
It's just I just like what I like to call slow boogie, man. Just been slow boogieing it, man. Just taking it one day at a time. And letting life create moments of inspiration and motivation, back in school again, one set of classes ended, another one started, and still doing the music thing, writing and recording. So got two new ones that I just finished up this week. So slow boogie.
All right, got a lot going on.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. I see Margo coming in the door. She's gonna come in the door and be right on the air. Margo, hope you're ready because we're ready for you to talk. How you doing?
Okay, I'm trying to make it. Just going through a little something right now, but I'll be good.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
But how was your week?
Yeah,
you on spring break. Yeah, you on spring break this week.
It ain't been that much of a spring break. I mean, I'm not working, but I'm working for me when I be at home during
right.
So I'm doing a lot of cleaning and organizing and spring cleaning. So hopefully tomorrow, this week will be better. I plan on getting out, probably going to San Antonio to visit this place called Chicken and Pickle.
What?
It's called Chicken and Pickle. We went last year, and it's a big outdoor space in San Antonio, and you can play games. They got big Jenga, big Connect 4, the little beanbag toss, and they got this thing called pickleball. But it's like barbecue, Mexican food, Tex-Mex. So you go, and then you can sit and play all different games and stuff like that. It's family style oriented type stuff. So
Okay,
plan on doing that, and possibly the river walk with my boys.
Okay. Oh wow, that's good. You know, I haven't been to San Antonio in years. It was actually one of the first places that I went in Texas when I first moved to Texas, but I haven't been in quite some time. So it might be interesting one day to go there again. Might be kind of interesting to do that.
They're doing some St. Patrick's Day stuff. I think they're even gonna dye the thing green or something in the water.
Right.
They're
Okay.
doing art exhibits and all kind of stuff.
So do y'all hear those keyboards again tonight?
Yeah, some mysterious typer
Yeah.
is online with us.
Do this to us again tonight.
Yeah, them your trolls.
Yeah, my trolls. I don't know what I've done to deserve trolls. Wait a minute. I heard that crackling of a bag.
You know who that is.
Yeah, because he talked about the crackling of my bag over here.
I'm just showing you what it feel like.
Oh, your candy.
I'm away to tell you do yours. Ugh.
Y'all wasn't here when she had that damn thing.
Well, let me give them a special treat since you mentioned it.
Oh, that's her earrings.
Thank you, Margo. Thank you.
I
Just
know
'cause
what it is.
Look, Margo.
Just 'cause
why
they-
I steal?
Yeah.
Just
Why I
because they
still keep
earrings
them
don't
in the
mean
bag?
it ain't annoying.
I do too.
Okay. See, Margo's on my team. I keep them in the bag just like she keeps hers because I want to keep them together. I'm so afraid of everything being strung and strode, as they say.
But what part of having earrings and the noise being annoying, that don't even go together. You can have your earrings, but it don't mean the noise ain't annoying. Don't make the noise any less annoying.
What are you trying to say? Find another bag.
No. I just actually I don't always do it with you all right there, you know.
Yeah, don't do it no more.
She do it before we get on, so you don't hear all
the crackling.
It's a part of her routine before she goes live, you know.
Well, y'all make it make sense. It don't make the noise any less annoying.
Whatever, Michael. Whatever. So you know he's the hen. I mean the rooster in the house tonight, so he's about to act up. So we can see. You sound like him.
Yes, that was too well of a.
You ever heard those roosters that sound like they have a cold?
They got throat problems.
Yeah.
Oh man. I'll tell you what, we're about to go into Who Spiked the Tea. And now that Michael's back, and you know, I guess in the next week or so, I'll go ahead and we'll do the new opening. Right now, I'm just running the old stuff. I wanted to make sure that he was here so he can enjoy his rapping when the time comes. All right.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. But in the meantime, we right
in between time.
Right. Come to Who Spiked the Tea. This is our hot topic segment where we might just talk about anything, anybody business, you know. And we're gonna try to keep it nice, maybe. I mean, there's some stuff tonight where once we get in that living room, I want y'all to get in, both feet, and say what you got to say, because I'm really ready to say some stuff tonight. I'm looking at sometimes I get tired of being conservative, you know.
It's time to tell people the truth. No,
that's right. Let's get it. You know what I'm saying? Right. Well, we're gonna start off with this story. Now we all know the story about Monique, the comedian actress Monique, her being kind of ostracized for a while now and kind of maybe even blackballed in the entertainment industry. Well, 50 Cent calls on Oprah and Tyler Perry to apologize to Monique. He says that he's going to put her back on. That's what I'm saying. Okay, here's the story. 50 Cent said that he spoke with Tyler Perry about Monique and relayed that the filmmaker said he has no problem with the comedian actress. Yeah, right. Okay. Here, I guess this is his quote or whatever. I talked to this is 50. I talked to Tyler today. He told me he never told anyone not to hire, her handle, the real Mo Worldwide, and he is happy I decided to work with her. That's what 50 said. He said he couldn't speak for Oprah, but he is sure she is fine with Monique and has even brought her up for things Monique has no idea about. I'm so happy for Mo right now. Can I just stop and say right this moment he full of shit? Can I? We 20 minutes in yet? We probably.
You probably are.
Yeah, I'm 20 minutes in there. Can I just
leave my
say it
brother
real quick?
alone?
Man, look here. Look here.
Tanya?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're my cousin and I love you, honey. But get off my brother back. Leave him alone.
Man, I will crawl on and ride his ass like Zorro.
Leave my brother alone. Let him blow. Let him do what he got to do.
Mike, what you saying, Mike?
Be surprised how what you said.
I put on an earring. I'm trying it. I'm ignoring.
Nah, she's talking about riding Tyler Perry like Zorro. I mean, I don't want to see that.
I didn't even think that. I just let it go by. I didn't even think it all the way through, but okay.
Look, he doesn't want to see that, and we know why.
Like, turn him over, baby.
Don't you be inking me, Tanya.
Hey, but now, no, man, it's one of them things where, and most people, I think a lot of celebrities go with the majority just to try to be, I guess relevant. So whenever that whole Netflix thing came out, a lot of people thought she was just complaining and this, that, and the other. And, you really didn't see no backing for it. Everybody noticed she was valid in what she was saying. You know what I'm saying? As a Black woman in the entertainment industry, you still got the glass ceilings kind of thing. So why not advocate on her behalf? We all know her credentials. You mean tell me that woman ain't worth what she is? And then people was like, oh, she need to sit down and be quiet. Okay, she started talking about the people with in public with the bonnets and stuff. Everybody know that. Your grandma would have told you the same damn thing. You weren't gonna disrespect your grandma like that. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, she just seeking attention. Now she's just telling you what need to be said because obviously ain't nobody else said. We always say that. We always say that celebrities need to use their platform to educate, and then when they do it, you want to criticize them about it.
Exactly.
You feel me?
Yeah.
So in this instance. Well, we spoke to her. If he hadn't called y'all out, y'all wouldn't have said a damn thing, but he called you out. And so now you felt compelled to respond. And now you're saying, oh, Oprah got some things planned. Why Monique don't know about it then?
Exactly.
You can't sit there.
Why is it all of a sudden?
You can't sit there and say, I got a surprise for you. I got a surprise for you in the future. Well, you might want to coordinate with that lady first, see what her schedule looking like. You know what I'm saying? Like, so all of a sudden now, like, come on, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, oh, sorry. Like,
and she may not want to that.
You know what I'm saying? And all they got to do is just be like, you know what? We dropped the ball on this one. But you know what? We're gonna try to make up for it in the future. And leave it at that.
When we start saying, I'm wrong. I was wrong.
Right.
Blah, blah.
I was wrong. We had some misunderstandings. Anything.
Yeah.
Anything like that. We had some differences of opinion. Anything.
Not like, don't, quit
acting like it didn't happen.
Yeah. Like, acting like no, I ain't gonna say that. I can't say that.
However, I do understand that sometimes we only get bits and pieces and we don't have the whole thing. But for the information that we are provided and left to assess,
that's enough right there.
You know what I'm saying? But just, because she very well may have left out some things or distorted some things in order to prove a point. Because, once you get emotionally involved, things don't come out exactly like, you know what I'm saying? It'd be a little slight twist and stuff. So, either way, man, like it's just one of the things where we all sit there and say we should be supporting each other. So let's just support each other overall. And if you're in a situation to help somebody,
Right.
Help them. You ain't got to go broke or sabotage yourself doing so. You know what I'm saying? But like, just help where you can. You know.
But look at how long it has been since the Precious movie and all of that occurred.
Yeah,
they meant to keep her down. Yes, they meant to stand on her neck and keep her down.
Matter of fact, not to switch subjects, but Dame Dash went at Lee Daniels in public about getting whatever funds and money back from his investment in Precious, which Monique played in. It's a whole bunch of stuff that these folks go back and forth with, man. But anyway, back to Monique.
That's right. Actually, that was pretty much the gist of the story. I right now am just waiting to see what happens if Oprah decides to part her lips, but I think Oprah got some other problems that she needs to contend to. We're going to save that one for just a little bit. Stick a pin in that, y'all. Stick a pin in it. Because she got some other stuff that she must contend with. It is bigger than what happened with Monique. So, well, you know what? I hadn't really looked at this story. I'm going to look at it with you all. Speaking of comedians, Cat Williams' Nashville comedy show abruptly evacuated following a bomb.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like, what's going on? What happened?
This finna be some more stuff for some more jokes though. So that's positive. He gonna come up with some stuff and it's gonna be funny as hell. So
because he walked smooth up out of there. They came up, whispered something in his ear. He dropped the mic and walked his happy ass on out there.
He gonna get the message first.
Oh man, but I'll give y'all the story of what happened. Everybody out there who's not familiar, the story is, and this is our people.com for this story. We give thanks to them. Cat Williams abruptly ended his comedy show in Nashville, Tennessee over the weekend due to a bomb threat. On Saturday evening, the 50-year-old comedian was forced to end his World War III comedy tour show. Comedian Cat Williams had an abrupt end to his show in the Municipal Auditorium in Nashville 10 minutes before the end of his set due to a bomb threat. That's what the states, the newspaper and all read. But he made a decision not to notify attendees of the bomb scare to avoid panic and possible injury. So I think that you have to be careful with people in those situations because they will lose their mind.
They'll trample over it. They'll trample.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was smart of him not to
say that. And
like
they would have all the security.
Like Michael said,
y'all come on out.
Yes.
We'll tell you later. You don't just come on out.
Yeah. I mean, because when them people, when a lot of people go to moving and running, and everybody in survival mode, they don't give a damn about. They don't
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. They will tear a hole in you to get out of that venue. So I do understand.
When you first hear, you automatically think. So when you first hear, you automatically think. So why did he say anything? That's why I was first thinking. Like, why did he say anything?
Right.
You
think about it.
It was just side of me sort of kick in like, okay, yeah, it's a security issue. That's easy for you to say something really could spark panic and lose somebody's life. So yeah, he made the right decision on that.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all. I'm gonna move on to this next story. And I'm trying to be diplomatic about it.
You took a sip first before you go.
Yeah, I took a sip for this one. This one
deserves heavy, huh? It's heavy.
Yes, this one deserves a sip because he said, "I am not suicidal." You know what I'm talking about? If anything happens to me, I am not suicidal. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Jussie Smollett. Okay, the sentencing and all that stuff, all that went down. No. Whatever. Well, I'm not going to get into all the particulars. We all know the story over and over what happened. But I was a little surprised. Taraji spoke up. And let me just say what she says here. She says, I am not here to debate you on his innocence, but we can agree that the punishment does not fit the crime. Emmett Till was brutally beat and ultimately murdered because of a lie. And none of the people involved with his demise spent one day in jail, even after Carolyn Bryant admitted that her claims were false. And then she added, no one was hurt or killed during Jussie's ordeal. He has already lost everything, everything. To me, as an artist, not able to create that in itself is punishment enough. He can't get a job. No one in Hollywood will hire him. And again, as an artist who loves to create, this is prison. So she says, my prayer is that he is freed and put on house arrest and probation, because in this case, that would seem fair. Please free Jussie.
That sounds weird to me because, I mean, okay, yeah, you got to punish for your crime, but like when people get put away or whatever, you know, and that's, we was just talking about this earlier today. You know, nobody's looking for restorative justice or rehabilitative means when it comes to the judicial system or you know, the criminal justice system. It's all about, you know, lock them up, and y'all know what I mean. You know what I mean? Right. So, but what happened to the whole restorative justice or the rehabilitation piece of it? You know what I mean? If somebody messed up, look at what that person is. Okay, this man was at the top of his career. He was at the height of his career. Based off of what he did, he can't do nothing. You're done. You'll never work in this town again, right? Kind of thing, right? Mm-hmm. He can't get no job. Ain't nobody gonna touch him with a 10-foot pole. So now he's an average Joe Blow. No, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. You gotta lock him up for 15 years or whatever. Whatever they just sentence was.
150 days though.
However many days. I'm just saying, all right. Yeah. You're right. 150 days. Mm-hmm. Shit, he done been through hell. He done already. You might well say time served. Cause he done lost everything. He can't get no money. Ain't nobody gonna touch him. And anytime he go to do anything, his name is smeared. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's punishment enough within itself. Hey, you know what? You good, fam. Your ass guilty, and you know, and then set, you know, maybe some other little parameters, some rules or something like that. But do you really think whatever he did, and I don't know if he, like she said, you know, you look at the circumstances of the case where nobody hurt, where nobody died, whatever. Well, it could have. Well, they didn't. You know what I'm saying? I wish you take me to court on some could have, and then and see don't we walk up out that camp? You know what I'm saying?
I think it all was different because he was a star. And his sentences, whatever, would have been a whole lot more had he been an average Joe Blow. But on the basis of, I think everything that went down, it was like they were saying that it was staged, and he hired two guys, and he was trying to ask or get more money out of whom he was working for, or trying to do that as a stint to receive more money from the show that he was on. But I look at it as like, really, you want to risk that just to, you know, set that up and trying to get more money? Just keep working. Just keep doing what you're doing already. The stuff was blowing up, like, you know, the show, the popularity. But I can't fully take them seriously. Now I wouldn't, like Roger said, really compare it to Emmett Till, because that's a kind of different situation. But I'm just like, I can't, it's hard to kind of say, you know, is he in the right? Is he in the wrong? All that, because I don't know all the details.
He's wrong. His 2 left feet.
Yeah, he's wrong.
150 days. Like, man, what is it like?
To look at the criminal justice system itself, like what is he to say an average person, if they were to lie to a cop, for whatever reason he lied to a cop, what would be the penalty for that? And then take into account him being famous, why would he have been subjected to something more volatile of a punishment? Like, this really does feel more punitive, and is the crime doesn't fit the punishment. To me, it doesn't. Because like I said, he's already faced the consequences of his actions. True enough, what he did was wrong, but he really is getting a harsher punishment just because he is famous. And they probably did it just because they don't want anyone else to do the same thing. But if it was a white person, they probably would have got off. Definitely would have got off.
Okay, let me add a little something in here. Y'all may not get where I'm coming from, but take this walk with me a little bit. You got to think this is a political. This was all a political thing. If you think back, this was accusing two right wingers of beating him up. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said that beat him up. It was supposed to cause more of a ruckus between the left and the right. That was the whole goal of the whole mess. This was a political thing. And my understanding behind the scenes is that his political people are the ones that stepped in and kind of got him off a little bit. And this is probably the backlash of them stepping in and doing. There's more to this story that's being told in the public. This is the backlash of them stepping in, trying to make it like, oh no, my bad, it was nothing, because they tried to do something to cause more of a rift between the right and the left, the far right and far left. And in my opinion, I'm not a conservative or a liberal. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I am a person who's going to go for the candidate who I think is doing the best job and has the best intention for the people and for the new world. But I very clearly saw that whole situation that was going on with Jussie Smollett. And people have kind of swept that under the rug as to how that actually started. So this could be just a backlash as to how his aunt or somebody who's involved in the politics in Chicago, they stepped in and tried to save it in some way. And I think this is a backlash towards all that. There were some people who should have never had their hands in it, but I think he felt like the whole thing was going out differently, and it could have caused, the intentions was to cause a huge rift of people going at one another between the left and the right side. So in my opinion, sometimes the end does justify the means. You were trying to start some riot between the two sides. 150 days ain't nothing. Who cares about his career being over? That's a choice he made. If I made the same choice to do something and my career was over, then hey, that would be my thing too. But he made that decision to be that person to go out there and allow set that whole thing to happen. He didn't allow it, he set it up to happen. So I'm sorry, I just can't feel sorry for this person, because what was intended to happen could have happened, and it would have been a whole lot worse than it is right now. I'm sorry, I just don't have that. I don't have that sympathy right now. I don't have sympathy. But
well, ain't nobody going to jail for what could have happened. You know what I'm saying? That ain't what the judge is making.
But they are going to. He's going for what did happen.
Right.
And what did happen was those family members jumped in there and did what they did, and I'm sure that I know that was against the law. I'm not even guessing. I know it was. So now he's getting the backlash.
Whatever they feel is right, man. I tell you, regardless, right? If you feel a certain way about Jussie Smollett personally, then fine, you may have a different outtake on it. Black people as a whole, we already know that the judicial system don't favor us. So for non-violent offenders getting hard time or more than a person who commit a murder,
I cannot say that. I cannot put this on black and white. He did that. I
ain't talking about that. You can keep your stance. You can keep your stance. What I'm saying is just period. You know what I'm saying? Like you could keep that, and then they say the same as Emmett Till and this, all that other stuff. Just look at black people, period. Right? When it comes to punishment, it's like you said, it's unequal treatment. That's just unequal treatment, period. For whatever he did, you want to do 150 days in jail? That's fine. That's less than 6 months, whatever. Okay, but it don't mean that it's either fair or unfair, because like you said, somebody else would have did it. It wouldn't even matter. But then we want to place upon these people the fact that they famous or if they po or whatever. If Lady Justice is blind and that bitch be peeking because we see it, right? If Lady Justice is blind, then no matter what your status is, you're supposed to get treated equally. And if you're supposed to get treated equally, then why not? So whether you famous, whether your mama and them is in politics, whether you po, whether you a veteran, you know what I'm saying, whether you somebody homeless on the street, if you commit whatever crime, it should all be fair and due to the same. Just because of something
it should. Unfortunately, it's not.
Right. But if you don't, but I mean, if I don't like you personally, I don't like what you did, I can't just sit here and give you a harsher sentence when that ain't what the law requires or whatever you want to call it. Or, you know, certain people are privy to different information that are not everybody's privy to. So when certain things get done or decisions get made, if you don't have that information, then you can't sit here and speak on it. So we speak on what we know or what information we provided at the time. So that's what most people are speaking on and commenting to. They may not have the inside scoop.
I'm looking at some of the inside scoop though.
Right, you.
And I'm looking, right.
Right, you are, not everybody else.
Right, and I'm thinking that some things were purposely left out. You got to understand the people who put him up to doing things are also the people who control the media. I say that 100 million times to people. I say it every week. Yeah. Every week. You know, tell people to take your eyes off the damn news. If you're still looking at the news, then you go get something.
Man, you reminded me of this song. Is it Snoop Dogg? Somebody like, you don't see what I see. It's Warren G.
Right. But guess what?
I know that's right.
How can you? How can you? Unless you, how can you see what anybody else see if they purposely keeping it from you? If you're privy to have access to that information, then you have something that don't nobody else have, but it's a secret. If you know it, share the shit. If you know it, share the shit.
But you always say it yourself. You say you always knew something, right?
Yeah.
And one day you started trusting your instincts. And I think that's what a lot of people need to do is people really know some things. They really know something ain't right. And you have to go to alternative news sources. You have to compare a lot of stuff. You know, you can't just get on one news source. You've got to compare.
Right.
And
you gotta get both sides of the story. Or as much as both sides of the story that you can get.
You can. Right. And your discernment will bring you the truth and the final analysis. Because I have a lot of inside information, but you think I believe everything they say to me?
No, and I'm not saying you in particular. I'm just talking about in general. Like certain people have certain things or have that information. Be like, man, y'all just don't know. Well, tell me, motherfucker. I mean, I don't know. Tell me.
But you know,
exactly like
but in their defense, right. I tell you, in their defense, and I'm going to give you all an example. Did I not put it in the doggone chat about 3 weeks ago? I showed you a video of the person who's supposed to be the leader of the free will. Did you not see that that's two different people? Most people will look right at that and pretend like they don't see it. They have allowed their brain to convince their eyes that they don't see what they see. So
some people, to be honest with you, some people really just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I mean, they may not. And that's the sad part about it all. How can you be a part of this society and want to see freedom and you don't give a fuck? You a useless eater, like they tell us that we are. They call us useless eaters. And for the ones who don't give a fuck, I'm gonna tell you right now, you're a useless eater. Go sit your ass down. But for the people who really want to learn and who really want to get with the program, it's time to open your eyes because you're gonna be real upset in a minute.
I'm just saying, some people don't give a fuck about a lookalike or a clone or a twin. Some people
I know, but the thing is, if you want to know the truth about things, you got to open your eyes and stop pretending like you don't see. And then you can't turn around and say, the id gap, I don't give a. You can't say that. If you really supposed to be a part of this society that's supposed to be moving forward and caring about what's going on, don't give me that excuse over there. If you don't, then just go over there and be a useless eater, a toothless crackhead. That's what they call us.
So who leading the movement then? Crackhead. Who leading the movement?
Oh,
whatever. No. Who's leading the movement? Who's leading this movement to wake these people up and push them forward? Who leading that movement? Where them people at?
there's actually a lot of us now who have awakened. There's a great awakening that has happened. It's not necessarily a single movement. It is a
Oh,
worldwide great awakening now. There's so
oh,
many people in so many countries now which have caught on to so many things. I've been so proud to see, especially Black brothers and sisters who do TikTok videos, and they
yeah.
be doing it. I be like, damn it, look at you, because they knowing the truth. They be talking about everything from Russia to Ukraine to all this. I mean, like, they knowing the truth. I'm like, damn it. Hope you continue to speak to our people out there and get us out of slavery. Because as long as you're listening to that news and they're telling you what to think, you're in slavery.
I
Okay?
saw this. I saw this TikTok. What was it? TikTok video where they basically said, y'all don't want us to have certain information, but then they made TikTok. Like,
Yes. Because
Like,
TikTok be on it. And I wasn't gonna.
yeah,
And I wasn't gonna do a TikTok account, but I have one now, right? And I was
yeah.
gonna do a video going into the show tonight. And I can't say that I still won't do one in midway through the show, like, hey, but I haven't done one before, and so I still want to do it because I felt like I had to jump into that whole thing too. I couldn't just talk about it and look at other videos. I have to be about it too, So just like everything I talk about, you got to be about it. But while we're talking about Jussie, the reason why I say there's more going on here too, small tip, Don Lemon, he is one of those, left wingers, and he is all up in the whole case. Why is it that basically he kind of distanced himself from the whole sentencing thing? He didn't mention on the show. They say he just kind of like distanced it off to the side from him. And so to me, I'm looking at that with a side eye. Oh, because it didn't work out. The grand plan didn't work out. Now you're distancing yourself from your brother when you were advocate for him beforehand. I'm just saying. Michael, like, whatever.
Nah, because Don Lemon makes a lot of good points, valid points when it
does.
comes to social injustice. So I mean,
He should make
I
a
don't
lot
know.
of. He's a part of the whole crap. Okay. Y'all gonna get mad about some of y'all heroes in the bed. I'm telling you, y'all gonna get
They're not
mad about some
necessarily
of the
heroes. They
heroes
normal
and
people.
sheroes.
They normal people. You got some racists that people may hate, but I guess if you listen to them, I bet you they say something that's valid.
But I mean, there's
You know what I'm
people
saying?
on
Like
both
you said,
sides
you
of
got
the aisle.
yeah,
There's
but that's what I'm
people
saying.
who
That's what I'm saying. A
they
lot of
need
people
to
don't look
be
at both sides
expunged
of
from
the
the
aisle.
society,
A
right?
lot
They
of
need to
people
be
just
expunged from society.
yeah. A lot of people don't even look at both sides. They just look at their point of view, and that's what they want to advocate and speak on. But they too scared to venture over to the other side to even learn the information. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or use that information, like you said, to do a comparative analysis of said information to come out with a better, you know what I'm saying, neutrality of in the, at the end of the assessment. So
Right.
and they just take one thing and stick with it. So it's like one of them things, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If somebody know the truth, please put the shit out there. Let's go, or let's have a conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I mean? Don't leave me in the dark. Don't make it no mystery. You know what I'm saying? Let's just talk
Right.
about it. Just put it out there.
I mean, I'm going to
But
tell you this. Oh, say that
you know,
again?
I was saying that some people don't really even understand that they're being put through a filter bubble. They search for information, trying to find information, but because of their mindset and how they're putting information to the system, they're only being given back information on the internet what they put in there. So they're not really able to get another side of the story because all they're seeing is what they already believe to be true.
That's what all the data. That's what all the data collection is. That's what Snowden was telling everybody about. So all of the data collection right there is to basically them people can take just from the keystrokes on your computer and your phone. They can tell you what you gonna do next, what food you finna eat, what porn you finna watch, and everything. You know what I'm saying? And they got to control over your life through data information.
Yeah,
So,
you can look up something And then next thing you know, you'll see the exact same thing or the exact same website on social media. I do it all the time. I'll type in something, just random stuff, and then I go to Facebook
control.
and it's right there on Facebook for me to buy it. I'm like, I didn't search it on Facebook, but I typed it in somewhere, and then I go to social media. It's right there in my profile for me to buy it.
Right. I was looking up this product. The first time I noticed it, I was looking up a product one day, and ever since that moment, that product showed up on every web page I went on. I was like, well, I'd be damned. You know, that's I said they controlling this. You know, and it's really up to us to see these things, call it out. You know what I'm saying? It's just up to us. You know, the one thing that people don't get is that by not knowing, we lost control of our entire planet. We are the majority. That is only 1% of the planet that ran the planet. And we lost control of the planet because of just not knowing and trusting beings that, you know, that we thought was for our own good. But when you stop and really look at it and think about it, half of the things that are told to us, do you really believe it's for your own good? No. When all these laws and stuff that's put out there, they're not for your good. It's for them to regulate you. It's never anything for your good. Do you ever see government do anything good for your good, for your good? That's why people freaked out when the stimulus came about. When did they ever do things that are good for us? It's just to regulate you. You know? It's never. Hold on, let me catch my buddy. Y'all talk amongst yourselves real quick. I gotta get Buddy under his cover. Hold on.
All right. Look here, man. I'm all about education and knowledge. But if you don't give me the whole story, I can't do a proper assessment. That's what I'll be saying. So like a lot of times you'll hear me explain something and then I'll go into the background. I gotta, you know what I'm saying, in order to move forward, you gotta learn where you came from. You see what I'm saying? So this is like, I need, how do we get here? How did we get here? You know what I mean? Nobody wants to be here, right? You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
I need to know how we got here. And then once okay, this is how we got here. And then now I can say, this is why people do what they do. And this is how it's going to affect the future. So let's fix whatever we can now so that the future ain't fucked up. See what I'm saying? But if you just start here and be like, man, y'all just don't know. Well, motherfucker, I need that. So reach back there and give me that. That way I can make the assessment now so with the information now, can change the future. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's been hard though, because I can.
And I ain't talking about you specifically. I'm just talking about in general.
No, I'm just saying in general, because I know some people, they don't want to feel as though their whole life is a lie. And I think that's what it is, what it boils down to. And it is though.
Yeah.
But
everything we've been taught.
But you gotta be made to be uncomfortable and not be complacent. You gotta be made to want to seek and search and stuff like that to see what you run into, or you're just, you know, hearing and receiving whatever.
And that's the whole concept behind the Matrix movie.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You live in a life that ain't true. And then, you know, they tell you red or blue pill. You know, I find it funny they say red or blue pill because that's pretty much the colors of the government. Anyway, so then they say red or blue pill, you go this way, you remain, and you go this way and you change. Yeah. And some people are perfectly okay with remaining the same. And then other people won't change. You see what I'm saying? Like, so it's all about your awareness. Look at
how when people who want to make the changes get persecuted.
Hell yeah, they do. Shut your ass up.
Like the one who is making the one who is making the most major world move right this moment for the people is being told to all the media across the world that he is a dictator who is a warmonger.
Yeah.
Do the research, people.
Yeah, that man got the truth. He got the truth.
Yep. There was an agreement. There's that 2013 Moscow agreement. This was all ready to go. They never thought it was going to happen. And now it's not about the people of the two countries. It's about that little group, that little mafia in the middle that controlled everything. And they're getting their asses handed to them. And so what they do, they put it all on the media. Oh my God. And they try to tug on your heartstrings. When in reality, it's them that's getting their asses handed to them.
Let me tell you something that I found so fucking funny.
What's that?
In your whole lifetime, and everybody else, now we know there's black people everywhere. For the most part, nobody ever thought that black people was in fucking Russia.
Right.
Okay. Now guess what? Guess what? When that whole war started, black people didn't really give two fucks about what was going on. So when the black people weren't glued in or keyed in on the rhetoric, guess what they did? There's Ukrainian soldiers not letting Africans get out of the fucking war zone.
And they knew how to pull you in.
Make them not be able to get on that train and stuff.
Right. So what happened? So we got to get the black people disturbed because they started watching TikTok. You know what I'm saying? So we got to pull them in.
So they were trying to be, showing a little racism and
see what I'm saying?
Like that.
And guess what? And just about every black person in America was like, and like, it ain't funny. It's not funny. If it's happening,
I just was like, right now, really? Like we just trying to live. We trying to make it up out of here like everybody else. We just trying to live. Like, but
they try to consider us useless eaters. They never thought we would catch on.
Right.
All we doing is catching on. That's all we doing. It's we catching on and calling them on their crap.
Look, and so now this is where they messed up. You had all of we got a lot. It's black people in Russia. I know they lying. No, this is bullshit. Like,
wait a minute. Did you all see the video of the reporter for Ukraine? And they said they had all these dead bodies behind them under blankets and tarps. And one of the people, they forgot to tell him the camera was rolling. He started moving. You didn't see that?
Oh,
one of the quote unquote dead bodies started moving.
Yeah,
they forgot to yell action.
You gonna have to pull that one up and put that later or something.
I'm actually gonna bring that up because, matter of fact, I heard about it, and then Shula King, the comedian, did something on it. It was funny. So I'm gonna bring up his video because he saw it too. And it's like they forgot to yell action, and that person back there just a move. I said, this goes to show that it's just straight.
When all that shit first happened, when the reporters was over there doing their thing, you could, and then the people was supposed to be moving or running. I was so funny, and I didn't even think to record it, but it was just like he was talking, and then if chaos is happening and you're reporting during chaos, there's no reason that people should just all of a sudden start running. Mm-hmm. So he was reporting, and then all of a sudden it was like a group of people just came and started running. But then the people that was in the group, they bumped into each other and they started laughing. Ain't shit to laugh about when a motherfucker dropping bombs.
Because it was all a setup.
Yeah,
they call them crisis actors. It was all crisis actors. And see what it is.
Oh, I just gotta see what y'all talked about because
you just have. I mean, it's probably gone now, but I mean, because for the first,
I'll show you the video. Yeah,
the first couple of days, you know me, I'm prior military, so I'm paying attention to see what's popping. And when I seen that, I was like, oh snap, it's some serious shit. And then when the people bumped into each other, they started laughing. I'm trying to figure out, I done been in a couple situations where you in fear for your life, and laughing is the last goddamn thing you do.
Yeah, they had talked about Kamala Harris and her laughing at that speech or something when they was starting to bring up that about the Ukraine, and I was like,
talking about the State of the Union.
something about her laughing. I know
that was pasted together. That was all pasted together.
Okay, because they were saying that like this should not be the time you start laughing and these people are,
Right.
So.
Nah, look, now been there and done that. The people is people that are being affected, and unfortunately, you got innocent people that's being victimized by society or by a government to push forward an agenda or an objective. You know what I mean? So you got the sacrificial lambs, and that shit sucks.
That's us as the people, the regular people. We are the sacrificial lambs.
That shit sucks. However, those of us who are fortunate to stay alive and on this side, we get to witness that, and then it's just like you start picking shit apart. So hopefully people can see that stuff and do whatever they can do within their power to kind of make some change or affect change, man, or be agents of change, as we like to say.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And not be afraid of what they see, and take your eyes off that damn news. Oh my Lord! I tell people, preach that all the time. Take your eyes off that mess. It's all lies.
Read a book. Read a damn book. Let me stop.
Well, the thing that's so crazy is you could say you look at the news for the weather, but hell, the weather is controlled too. So it's all just
so that's I think that's what that, like you said earlier, man. When you done lived however many years of your life, and it has become your identity, it has become your soul, it has become your purpose.
You saying it's hard to make that mental shift.
Yeah, and then somebody came in here.
And it's got to be bits and pieces, because when it's like one big chunk, it's like, whoa, like you're trying to juggle.
That damn lip went way over here when she did it.
I didn't see Margo do all that before.
I'm animated. I am animated. I'm telling y'all, when I get in my teaching mode, you'll see me doing some stories, some songs, and that's what you gotta catch that attention.
You gotta do that. You know what we gotta do? Let's do our snapshot. Y'all want to do a quick snapshot?
I got one. I got one. It's the one when she was froze. Remember, she was froze.
Oh, when Bridget was frozen. Send that to me.
I did. It's in the chat. It's in the chat.
Okay. We had to add that in there. Okay. All right. Y'all ready for your snapshot? So that we can,
you know what I'm saying? Just real quick. The only thing that we got in the chat is some of us basically opening up the chat. And then now we have Jimmy Jacobs. He say, "What's good? What's good, Jimmy? You know what I'm saying? How you doing? You know what I'm saying?" And then he kind of gave you a direct shout out too, Tanya. So there's Jimmy Jacobs in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Jimmy. I would do y'all because you're not going to do social media. And then we're going to go to 2 quick stories very quick. And then we're going to get out of the tea so we can go on, because actually the tea is going to spill over into the living room tonight. So we got to get over into the living room. But just let me get this snapshot of y'all real quick. Are y'all about ready for your snapshot? Da-da-da-da. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Y'all ready for your snapshot? Veronica's still moving around. I wait for Veronica to get settled. Okay,
yeah, we
y'all
need
ready?
Light, Veronica.
Okay.
I see you.
Y'all ready? Okay.
Face.
There we go. I know she needs some light.
There we go. There you go.
That's better. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Here we go. That's snapshot.
Hey.
Okay, let's see how that. Okay, let's go again. Let's go again.
Big ass spider that come running through here. I hope that damn thing didn't bite me in my back.
Michael having to fight with a spider.
Yeah, that's something big, huge. It is huge.
Okay, let's go. So Margo built her head down. We'll do it again. And y'all ready? And let's go. The snapshot and we're in. Okay. I hope for one of those. I took a bunch of them. So it all works out. But you know what?
It ain't one of them spiders from Australia. Spiders
are dangerous. Okay. How many of y'all watch Basketball Wives when they were on for years? Remember Royce Reed? Remember Royce? When they had Basketball Wives over here on the East Coast, I think was it Miami? See, I don't remember her. Well, she actually has Dwight Howard as her baby father. I'll just tell the story real quick. Basketball Wives star Royce Reed surrenders to police on child neglect charges involving NBA star Dwight Howard's son. Okay. Basketball Wives star Royce Reed has reportedly turned herself into police and has been charged with neglect of a child. According to Radar Online, the case involves Reed's 14-year-old son, Reed's son with the NBA star Dwight Howard. The outlet reports that Reed's son was supposed to follow specific rules set by a judge, and he was not allowed to hang out with kids 2 years younger than him without an adult. According to reports, the teen violated the rules, and Reed is now being held accountable. The child was interviewed by police about the accusations, where he was asked when he last saw his father, and he reportedly responded when he was in town for a basketball game, which was a while ago. Okay, Reed and Howard met while she was working as a professional dancer. She was with Orlando Magic, and they just really had a very tumultuous relationship the whole time. I actually just kind of wanted to know how y'all felt about this, not being allowed to.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out
years.
that part. Why he came to me 2 years? He was
how
how old at the time?
He's 14.
So
and
nobody
12.
younger than 12. But what is he doing? Why he got it court ordered to
Right, there's something that they forgetting out of the story.
What you doing, youngster?
Right. There's something that they're leaving out of the story.
That's super suspect.
Yeah.
And so she turned herself in.
Right. Because she allowed him to be around.
She wasn't there. Maybe she wasn't there. But what did you let him do?
Maybe
I'm not getting.
Yeah, like you witnessed something, or you caught something when you came back home because you ran to the grocery store or something. Like, I don't. It just
And then they changing the whole story into why Dwight is not there for his father, for his kid. But that still has nothing to do.
Yeah, they leaving out too much.
They leaving out stuff. Because why would it be a big deal about a kid hanging around someone
12-year-old and 14-year-old hanging? Hopefully they being kids and not trying to grow up a little too fast, doing a little too many things they shouldn't be doing. So that's what it sounds like. It sounds real odd to have that court order. Nobody younger than 12.
Sexual.
Yeah,
that's what I'm wondering.
I was gonna say it, but I mean that's what I was alluding to. Everybody should.
Right. I picked up on it.
And so she turned herself. She feel guilty about something.
Yes, and I'm not getting that one single bit. What's going on with that? That to me is a little suspect.
Yeah. Yeah, leave people. That sound like she just needed to stay at the house.
What's going on, Mama Brown?
And sit her.
So there's something happening with that. We don't know what that is, but maybe at some point that story will come back again. Otherwise, there's no sense in putting it out there. Last story we'll go to real quick. This one is Polo Ralph Lauren announces new collection dedicated to Morehouse and Spelman.
All right.
Okay. Polo Ralph Lauren announced Tuesday that it is furthering its partnerships with two Atlanta HBCUs, Morehouse College and Spelman College. The Polo Ralph Lauren exclusively for Morehouse and Spelman College's collection focuses on the style of students at the well-known colleges from the 1920s to the 1950s. And they're saying this collection expresses the spirited history, deep sense of community, and legacy of timeless dressing at historically Black colleges and universities. This is what Ralph Lauren executive chairman and chief creative officer says about this. It is so much more than a portrayal of a collegiate design sensibility. It's about sharing a more complete and authentic portrait of American style and of American dream, ensuring stories of Black life and experiences are embedded in the inspiration and aspiration of our brand. I thought that was kind of good.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna be old school fly.
Right, right.
It's gonna be
So,
cute.
yeah,
Who do
I
they
can't
have?
wait to see how this is.
Who do they have on their team and on their staff that's responsible for this?
You know something? I don't know.
Because y'all
You
still
know,
need to kind of
and
discount.
the only reason I asked that because Polo, whoever own it,
Ralph Lauren
yeah, don't know if he's white man, black man, I don't fucking know, but
is
I'm
right.
just saying whoever owned it, Polo kind of stayed neutral. There's a lot of people who made clothes or fashion designers kind of said this ain't made for Black folk. Polo kind of stayed neutral, and Polo has made a lot of money off Black folk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Tommy's,
Yeah, he went to shit as soon as he made his when he made his little comment, he lost a black dollar.
he did.
Yeah.
And
You know what I'm saying?
I wasn't a fan of them shirts or shorts or with the different nautical
You know what I'm saying?
because that no.
Yeah. So,
But you know something?
so,
I'm gonna say to y'all, I was a person who heard about that too, but then I heard it wasn't true.
It was true.
Right.
How she gonna cover the background? She gonna come from off camera, reach up to the screen and say it was true. But I had heard that because I heard that he said it too, and then he was actually on something. It was on Oprah show. It was some show that he spoke about. So I don't know myself.
Own something.
There was a lot of rappers behind it. There was a lot of rappers behind them saying that they even kind of like did a little protest that want to run nothing more and stuff because of
Right.
Yeah. Girl.
Once you got them rappers, then they said they not gonna wear your stuff.
Yeah, your profit margin is gonna you gonna feel it momentarily.
I get that, and I can't say whether he was guilty or not. I really don't. But here's sometimes when you do something in that industry, remember I told y'all this before. If you do something and it's not pleasing, you will get spanked. And sometimes when you're getting spanked, they drop some information about your ass out there, and then you got to clean it up. So if you ain't doing something, like if they told you that you need to participate in something and you don't do it, or you need to do a certain thing and you're not following the directive, they will spank you and they will drop some information about you out there. It could be true or not, but I think they spanked them and then they corrected it. That's what I feel.
Yeah.
They spanked them and corrected it.
However it goes, all I'm saying is good on them. And it ain't one of the things where like, man, you get something and then you want to go. No, good on you. About time. That's all I'm gonna say, right? About time. Yeah, about time.
Right.
Right. I mean, if that's, I don't know if I'm a fashion designer, and I know who, and we all know what happens when the black dollar stops spending.
Yeah.
Why not
the
cater?
Black dollar strong. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So why not cater to that? Always.
I'm liking the idea of that era, that time period from the 1920s, 1950s.
That's before fashion went to shit.
That was confidence and dignity in how you really want to carry yourself, and especially how much of a privilege it was to be able to go to school in that time frame and to be, African American in US.
That's when having it, those people got education because that was the difference between having certain experiences and being, being tiered up just another level to be able to do something,
dreams
right?
and careers and stuff, really.
Right.
A lot more like it was, serious. and they know everybody in their family wouldn't go on, you know. But it just makes me think of them pictures, those old school pictures with the old school cars and them leaning on the nice jackets and the little ties and the
Right.
So that's gonna be cute.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be a good look. I do think it's going to be a good look. So we wish.
I'll just be glad when they get away from these skinny jeans, though. So hopefully, I'm sorry. I couldn't.
Yeah,
I could never get into
dudes be having them too skinny. They almost look like our tights, like the ladies'
I
tights.
could
Like, don't do the tights.
My son tried to enter that stage.
Uh-huh.
I told him, I said, look here, fam. I said, you my son. I said, but I used another choice word. I said, pimping. Mm-hmm. We from Texas. We don't wear no damn skinny jeans. You know what I'm saying? Because he, that was just one.
It's like if you can't put your hand in between your pants and your thigh when you slide, like you don't need to be wearing.
They're not very convenient. I got on some right now. They're not convenient.
And you talk about going sterile. I'm not gonna wear nothing that's gonna make me go sterile.
You say it's suffocating everything.
Oh man, well, you know what? Just before we get ready to get out of the tea real quick, I just want to mention, Margo, you brought this story to the chat the other day about the death of Tracy Braxton, one of the Braxton sisters, sister of both the known Toni Braxton and Tamar Braxton. And she died at age 50 of cancer. And Toni, she put out there on her Instagram, it is with utmost regret that we inform you of the passing of our sister Tracy. And my understanding is that she passed from esophageal cancer. I saw that it was esophageal cancer, and I know for sure firsthand, esophageal, that's one of the tough cancers. My sister died of esophageal cancer, and usually, unfortunately, it's esophageal and pancreatic cancers. By the time they find those, it's usually too late. So we really, really send our love to that family and for their pain. And, at one time we had Tawanda Braxton on the show. Tawanda lives here in Atlanta. She's here on AIL. And when you first put it out there, my heart kind of stopped when I was Tawanda Tracy. I had to remember which one it was that was on the show. Yeah. But still, it's really sad to hear that age 50. That's way too young, gone too soon. So we send our prayers, most sincere prayers, out to the Braxton family. Yeah. Well, y'all, that wraps the tea, and we're gonna go to the break just a few moments. And we'll be right back to kick off the living room in just a few moments. Y'all hang on now. You like how I hit the button and it went to the opening instead of the closer. Y'all, let's do the closer. Let's go. Hey, and welcome to the living room here tonight. Well, as I said at the top of the show, that tonight's topic was going to be pretty interesting. Is love gone wrong? Do celebrity relationships taint the truth of real abuse? And now Bridget is the person who brought this to light as a subject matter. So, Bridget, you want to kind of give us a little idea of what you were thinking when you decided that this might be a great topic for the show?
Yes. So I was, of course, surfing the internet. I saw the post. That it was the first the D.L. Hughley video. So I looked more into it. I saw that he was talking about Kim and Kanye. I originally saw a video a couple of days before then about Kanye sneaking around Kim Kardashian's house, dressed as a bush. And it seemed kind of weird, crazy, funny. But then when you start to really look at it, and then to top it off with the video of the video from D.L. Hughley's interview, it made me really, sympathize and empathize with Kim, because this dude is really stalking her. Stalker behavior really isn't, a good thing. It's very dangerous. And I can personally identify with that. And so I really started to identify with the things that she's going through, in her divorce. To Kanye stalking her and doing a lot of things to try to get her back, but he's doing it in such a dangerous way. It could really cost him his life, her life, her kids their life, if it gets to if it keeps going further. But it seems that social media really isn't paying attention to it that much. Like I said, the video from that I saw of D.L. Hughley, he empathized with her as well, and he took note to it, like, this is a serious matter, like he needs to get some help. But he's the only one that I've seen on social media thus far that's really taking it seriously. Like, you see social media videos, and they're all hush, girl. They're all kind of making fun of it, taking light of it. But it's really a serious matter. And you really want to wonder if if the situation is being taken lightly because of who Kanye is, and because of his fame, versus if she was a nobody, would she would it be getting more attention? So if I can personally with this, so I think it would be a good topic to discuss.
Okay. Well, since that time that you brought that up, I was able to catch a few other things here, and I'll add this, and then we can start the discussion. I'll add to what you're saying. There's an article that I was just looking at today, and it says D.L. Hughley fires back at Kanye West with an assist from Steve Harvey. Okay, and so D.L.'s feud with the Grammy Award-winning rapper Kanye West just got a little more heated. The article is on BET.com. Okay. They're saying the veteran comedian doesn't down from his social media-based sparring with the jail rapper, and neither is Hughley or Steve Harvey. Okay, so he says they're saying those who have been following the saga of Kanye's pending divorce from reality Kim Kardashian and his dislike for Pete Davidson know that anyone who tries to speak on the matter would most likely be hearing from the Chicago native. Okay. Following Hughley's comments during the recent interview in which he called out Jesus Walks rapper over his online behavior and accused him of stalking Kim, Kanye fired back almost immediately, mocking the actor's style choices. This comes after he previously told the Kings of Comedy star, "I can afford to hurt you," is what he said to DL. So Hughley seemingly brushed off the threat when he later returned to Twitter, sharing a series of tweets, and he took several shots at the rapper, at Kanye, saying, hashtag Kanye, do you know how horrible you gotta be to make a hashtag Kardashian date a white man? Hashtag DL, Team DL. And so he sent that tweet, and then he also decided to poke fun at Kanye's mental health, saying, hashtag Kanye, how dare you talk about the way someone dresses? Look at you. all those people in your head, and not one of them got a Macy's card. Yes. Hashtag TL again. And so then Steve Harvey chimed in. Steve Harvey said during his recording of his radio show, the Steve Harvey Morning Show, the host says, "It ain't what you got. If y'all do get the scrapping, all my cash is on DL because you have no idea." He added, "You've been a little politically so."
Uh-oh, it's that time in the evening. It's all right. It'll catch up.
Yeah.
But I thought that was interesting, and I started thinking, I'm like, so I can expect Kanye. I can't go to have him or to think that he's not going to go back to Kanye's old ways.
I never liked him.
What I'm saying with being, a rap artist and stuff like that, and the drama from before, him getting injured and his jaw wired shut and all that other stuff. People didn't like him back then, obviously. But on top of that, you're changing your life. You're going through all this with Kim. Y'all split. You moving on. You got a church. And what you trying to put out there now, really? What you
So
doing?
my whole thing is this. My whole thing is this. Celebrity people are fucking regular people.
Yeah, I know. I'm still getting it.
Why do we care, or why do we magnify? The only person that we should be magnifying is his name.
It's God. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So why do we magnify these celebrities, and why do we make them a part of our lives? Why do we care more about what they doing than what the fuck we doing in our own home?
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if that nigga want to
problem is right there.
My bad. If he want to walk around in a tree suit and stalk that girl or whatever, fine. The law's gonna get him, report him. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he'll get 150 days in jail. Like, who knows, right? But
yeah, but he's out there publicly making threats to people, and I'm just like, Kanye, like, come on, man, like,
and that's against the law. Lock his ass up.
Like,
you know what I mean?
You really want to put yourself out there for all them lawsuits and this, that, and the other? Like, it's gonna hit your pockets. But I guess you got enough money in your pockets to just be like that.
What do we say? What do we say about police reform? Hey, start hitting, make the police get insurance and hit their pockets and make them pay for that shit, and you'll get some change, won't you? Same thing. Hit him where it hurt. He got millions or billions or whatever he got. Let him go through it. Let him suffer it.
And just the same.
It don't make it right though. It don't make it right. Wrong is wrong across the board.
No, it's wrong. And just the same, it's like in his songs, he's making all them things towards Pete Davidson, but like, man, just move on. Leave her alone. Like, come on now. Like,
he bought a house in the same neighborhood. Like,
I know, across the street, but it's like, dude, you got daughters too. Are we really trying to,
Now let me ask this.
I have a few things to say.
Why did he do that? Why did he do that? Like, is he doing this to stay closer to his kids? Like, what's his justification for doing it?
Well, supposedly buying a house was that idea of still being close to his kids, but now you're being too curious about what Kim is doing now. Let her live her life. Like, ain't you living yours or no? Or that ain't who you really want to be with right now.
I don't know.
Like, what's going on?
She must got some wop because he chasing the hell out of it. But
Ray J started it all. No, I'm just like, let me go.
Well, anytime you all see, you gotta take the same method, the same methodology, and apply it to everything. Thank you, Bridget. And apply it to everything. If something is being shared and talked about, what is that? Okay, then. If something is being shared and talked about a lot and pushed to us a lot on TV, it is not what it seems. We all know that Pete Davidson is not some dude that is just the hottest. He is a portal to me. He is like a Diddy. He is an individual.
You said it, but I was thinking.
Yes, he is a portal.
I was talking to my sister earlier, like he is not He's like,
right. He's
you know, his
somebody
heart
that
might
they
be right. He might be hella funny, but I'm like, he ain't cute. Like, I'm sorry.
I think he is a portal. He is an individual that they must deal with when they are climbing to other levels. I just don't see it any other way than that. As they're climbing, because there's nothing that's done. But I'm saying there's nothing that's done in this industry that is done by fluke, you know. So therefore, anytime we're hearing about all this stuff all the time, this is being pushed, and it's being pushed for a reason. One more thing, Michael. This is also political. This is also political. You got two sides. You got the right and the left. Remember, Kanye left the left and went to the right. It was hanging out with Trump and everything. Remember that? And then you got DL and all them on the other side. So therefore, you're looking at something they're still trying to put a fight in the air. Use your head, folks. It ain't gonna work. We don't give a damn really what's going on in that relationship. This is for a reason, because most Hollywood relationships don't even last. We know this. This is being pushed for a reason. But go ahead, Michael.
I was just going to say, once you finish talking, I was going to hit the chat because Mr. Jimmy Jacobs been going hard. So going back to the whole Dwight Howard thing, he said Dwight Howard is never there because he keep getting traded from team to team.
He's doing the best he could, huh?
You know what I'm saying? And then he said you can buy Tommy Hilfiger at cheap local clothing stores. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's how bad he fell off. Like, it got to the point where, I remember being in high school, and that's all we wanted was Tommy Hilfiger. You know what I'm saying? With a herringbone chain, you know what I'm saying, and a fresh pair of J's and some starch jeans. You know what I'm saying? I never forget it. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, after that came out, it's just like, you know, that went left. We still had Fubu and Jabot, and then Jabot, same thing with Jabot. They said something about him saying something about that, and, you know, they just all fell off. So, you know, and then after that, he just commented about the D.L. Hewley thing. He said D.L. Hewley just trying to stay relevant. That was kind of what he said. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not a D.L. fan, to be honest.
Yeah. So let me ask this though: where did it go? Because remember, DL was popular and funny and everything else when he was on BT Comic View and everything else. And then I remember when he went from I guess comedy to advocating for his on behalf of his people, and a lot of people didn't like the fact that he went political. It's just like the other.
You go political when they buy your ass.
You know what I'm saying? Just like the other female comedian.
Hey, let that have some hang time. You go political when they buy your ass.
Yeah. You know. You know what I'm saying? What's her name? Wanda Johnson? What was the name? The dark skinned lady she was on the show. She was on The View, I think. One of them shows.
Wanda.
What's her name? Wanda something, right? Not Wanda Sykes, but it was the dark skinned lady with the.
I know who you talking. I know who you talking about. I can't get her name.
What's her name?
Lonnie Love.
I might be mixing up the name, but it was
some more.
Star Jones with Sharon and Eve and all of them. The talk show.
Cheryl Underwood.
Who? Cheryl Underwood.
Yeah.
Cheryl Underwood. Remember when she went political? When she went from comedian to political,
right?
And a lot of people had something to say, kind of basically like, just entertain. Don't worry about this shit over here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So, and that's kind of how people treated DL. But DL ain't. I follow him. You know what I'm saying? He ain't never.
I follow him. See what he's doing.
But I don't think he went. I mean, I don't know. I don't think he went too far left. I mean, because all he do is speak on behalf of our people in the unfairness or the injustices. You know, he speaks a lot, and I don't know what movements he's doing, but I do know he speak a lot and at least bring awareness to it.
Yeah.
But
as far as I know.
You do know that some of that narrative that is pushed is constantly pushed to make us feel like victims too, right? You do know some of that is pushed on purpose. We do know this, right? Right?
No, we don't. We do not. But now we do.
That is a hardcore liberal thing. That's why they come and they say, come join the Democratic Party. Because remember, they beat the Republicans. They physically beat the Republicans who started the Republican Party years ago. They physically beat them and made them go to the Democratic Party. And from that point on, they're like, oh, we care about you so much. You're using everybody that you can. And this
Well,
is
I
on both
remember.
sides,
Now what I do remember is Wilmington, North Carolina, when all of the black people in Congress or in the Senate or wherever they were Republicans, and then the KKK came in and took the opposing role of Democrats to kill and overthrow and do whatever they could to get them black people out of office. I mean, I do remember that. So I don't know what's happening
if you look
currently.
At the history, but if you look at the history of the Republican Party, there was black Republican senators. They physically went and beat them.
Yeah.
To go over to
Wilmington, North Carolina.
Right.
Yeah.
So and that's how they switched over to being Democrats. So therefore, in order to keep black people where they feel you are supposed to be, they say, we're with you. Yeah. We stand with you. And they push those narratives out there all the time. And we start feeling like, yeah.
Well, my shit, I know I got it in somewhere.
We're 13% of the population. We are 13% of the population. Is this really going on all the time just with us? Come on now, 13% of the population. Is this only? Yes, we have a lot of bad things that happen every day, but are we the only ones? 13% of the population. How come we're the only ones on the first 20 minutes of the news? Because they flip the narrative then. We're the bad ones. 13% of the population, we dominate the first 20 minutes of the news. It's always a mind screwing that goes on. Time to wake up.
Mind buck. It's a mental mind buck. That's what it is.
Exactly. We're either really, really bad or we're really, really victim. They maneuver us in any kind of way. They maneuver us back and forth. You gotta wake up and see the narrative. Stop letting them use you. But anyway, now this whole thing we talked about with Kim and Kanye, it wasn't really just to be about them. It was about the fact that are we as people allowing these stories out there, and people as in relationships to taint what goes on in real relationships where people are really getting hurt because they're looking at the Kim and Kanye's and they're playing the games and they're getting hurt for real because they see what's going on TV and they're feeling like they too can live those type of lives and going back and forth, and then something really, really, really bad happens. What do you all think about that?
It's definitely an influence, though. And I can tell just through, even with the conversations or the chats between friends and families and stuff like that, that they think that you can take on that lifestyle or the things they do because they have that, that limelight on them. But it's like you can't sit there and pretend and do the same sneaky stuff that growing up hip hop or Atlanta Housewives or Basketball Wives and some of the sneaky stuff in the stories, how they catch you to come in to follow the following week. You can't be doing that in real life. That's not your life.
And it's costing you your life.
Yeah, and it can cost you your life if you're trying to pull them games on your significant other or act in that way. It's really dangerous. Exactly. And it's almost like for some of those, it might be a little slow or, be like, honey boo boo, we need to give out a disclaimer for you not to use Gorilla Glue. Like, so we probably need to give out a disclaimer for you to not copy this lifestyle because this ain't you. I'm just trying to figure out, like, I know, that, that's just for show. But some people will be like, but we don't know what happens in the background. We don't know, like even for TV and radio, there's a certain persona that you need to give off because you're trying to do, blah, 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 get ratings or this, that, and the other. But on the other hand, it's like what happens after all of those lights and stuff and people not watching goes on.
Right.
I think. So
Exactly.
for those that give us the opportunity to see behind the scenes, that's great, but it's like it's too much lying going on.
Right. I'm going to share this story. I've been kind of checking in with this story from time to time, and this is just one of those real stories that happen. I don't know if you all have heard about this Georgia man charged with murder, kidnapping, after authorities find missing mother's bloody car and pond. Now, I've been hearing about this story for a minute. A grand jury in South Carolina has indicted 29-year-old man for kidnapping and murdering of Deirdre Reed, 41-year-old mother who hasn't been seen in over 6 months, but is presumed dead by investigators. Authorities had already charged Emmanuel Bedford with grand larceny and obstruction of justice for his alleged role in Reed's disappearance. However, on Thursday, grand jurors returned an indictment against the Georgia man for the more serious offenses of murder and kidnapping. Bedford will appear in court for arraignment on April 4th, and it's likely that he'll be asked to enter pleas to the charges. Now, this was first reported, she was reported missing from Pageland, South Carolina on September 3rd, 2021. And the last time anyone heard from her was when she had called a family member while driving Bedford to the bus station in Charlotte. Now, she's driving him to the bus station, right? In Charlotte. This is her daughter's boyfriend, okay? Bedford, the father of Reed's youngest child, was heading back to home in Augusta, Georgia at the time. The authorities allege that there's no evidence he boarded the bus that day. On September 5th, 2021, investors located his 2004 Chevy Tahoe partially submerged in a pond just 11 miles from Bedford's home in Augusta, more than 130 miles away from Pageland, okay? The car's passenger seat was covered in blood. So it's one of these things again gone wrong. Something has happened. We don't know the story yet, but this is a story here where something's gone wrong in this whole relationship situation. And these are the real stories that happen that folks forget about because they get caught up in what goes on with the celebrity situation. And this is just one of many, 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 many stories, and that's on people.com. This is just one of many, many stories out there of something, when I say love gone wrong. I saw this. It was the most devastating thing I think I've ever seen. I'm going to just share it real quick. I didn't get into the whole story of everything that went on, but it was a situation where it was a relationship that happened, a male and female. Something went wrong. And he decided to show up where she was in the public place. And he used a knife and machete. He cut off her head and her hands right in front of everybody. And it's the most devastating thing I had ever seen. I look at it online, and people, because that love gone wrong thing, they do some very devastating things. So I'm going to bring it back. That's too hard. It's too harsh for us right this moment. But when I say love gone wrong, what are some things that I guess examples that you all have seen, and we'll try to bring it back up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, because that story right there was heavy.
Yeah,
and to go
that
that
was
far
very heavy.
in front of folks, you done not only devastated that young lady's family, but you scarred a lot of people in the
Yes.
process, watching that. But when I think of love gone wrong, just weird, very weird scenarios. Like, I mean, when you think about I think about a joke or something Kevin Hart even put in one of his comedy things, talking about his ex had hid in the trunk of his car to see if he was going somewhere to go cheat. And so when he realized, when he was in a parking garage, he opened the trunk, she popped out and takes off running. And it's just like, you never know what could happen in those scenarios, or it's
Right.
just like, why would you be hiding in his trunk? It's just like, should you even really have to go that far to do that? And if you do,
Right.
it's time to do something different.
Isn't it over? Isn't it
Yeah.
already over?
Like, you hide in the trunk and you jump out. But the funny thing to that, he was saying that when he got home and she was in front of him, she was acting like, "What you mean? That wasn't me. Like, I wouldn't like."
It wasn't me.
And he was like halfway, like,
Wasn't me.
He's like, I know. And then at one point he said he questioned himself, like, did I really see her do it? He said, I know I wouldn't. So it's just like, that was her. Like,
Picture me and the girl got naked standing at the bedroom door.
But when you them crazy scenarios, when it gets to that,
Right.
but when it gets to violence,
Yeah.
that's a no win, just period.
Right. Exactly. That's how I feel. Some people, I think that people love that word love. They get really confused about it, how far to go with this quote unquote love. And they get caught up in it and they don't see some things that they should see. You know what I'm saying? It's right there in front of their faces, but right. They convince themselves that the other person loves them. And so they tolerate a lot more things because they look, this is again relating back to celebrities, they tolerate a whole lot more things than they would normally tolerate because they see things that go on with celebrities and all. And then they just overall social media and all, it's no big deal to them. So they tolerate a lot more. And then one day it gets to a point where it turns volatile. That's the hard part right there, is when things switch over and they do become more volatile. But like I said earlier, they're not really looking, because if they were really looking, they would see that a lot of the Hollywood relationships don't last as long as Snowball stayed in hell. So they're not really looking to see that these relationships are not even lasting, but they model themselves after those relationships. And,
yeah.
Not only those relationships around you, like a lot of times you not so much force, but you can choose to stay in a situation based on what your family is saying or what your religious preference, has to say about, relationships and marriage or whatever. So I think it's not so much just about looking at celebrities and how celebrities deal with situations and the marriages and relationships, but it's also your bubble, people who you're around and who you're talking to, and what they have to say about it.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that with the celebrity thing, they're like more so just trying to keep that image if they're still staying in something that's unhealthy. Trying to, well, what are they going to say if we do, or let's keep it this way because they have always known us together, or it can be our ratings are going to go down, or so, it goes into some other stuff that they shouldn't even really be thinking about, because it's like, but they're letting that take over on what the real truth, that big pink elephant in the room, and
Right.
it ain't no more room for nothing else, not even y'all to be in the room. So it's like, let's do make this make sense. Let's do evaluate everything and like what's most important. Hey, that we be saying, because crazy exists in Hollywood and crazy exists everywhere. So we can't just put it past. Because I forgot, it's an actor that had actually killed his wife and in jail now, sentenced to life or something like that. And I can't remember. I remember seeing it's a black actor though, but I remember seeing this, and hearing that story, and I'm like, wow,
Wow. People, they're not realizing. And I don't know. Sometimes, well, first of all, there's two, three things in my head at one time. First of all, that "Love Gone Wrong" title, I just remember where I got it from. I got it from that video where the guy decapitated the girl all the years ago. But it has been, oh gosh, at least 15 years, probably more than that, since that happened. And so
but if you talk about like Lorena Bobbitt and what's his name, and she cut it and threw it in the field. Like,
Right.
you know, before then to leave that alone. Then you got cops and everybody searching for your stuff in the field.
That's really love going wrong.
Like you stayed too long, too long.
Right. Right.
Woo! That one was a kicker for a long time.
Yes. And people, I don't think that folks really got it during that time.
But how mad you gotta be to be driving and holding this
and toss it?
Really, that's the message. Stop. If you drive and holding and then tuck that out the window.
I don't remember what kind of time did she get. What kind of time did she get for that?
I'm just like, if he didn't learn his lesson, that next one.
Is she out?
Oh yeah, she's out now. It's been years, but I just didn't remember what kind of time she had gotten for that kind of thing.
He spent way too long in that one. She did. They both did. They both was harming themselves. But that right there, she was determined to. I'm gonna get you back. And
what really make women go crazy like that? Because I can't see it. What really make a man go crazy like that? I can't see it because leave me alone. I mean,
okay, damn. Michael was after something.
I hope you got it. That's not like a really thick chocolate.
I think he's after that damn spider again.
Yeah, you gotta be the spider.
I gave you the fucking chance. You should have put your bitch ass on outside somewhere.
You should have put it in the cup and then slid them on out the like.
Fuck that. I done gave you a pass.
You're a nature lover. You're supposed to.
I gave that motherfucker a pass. I gave that mother. It's a brown recluse. It's a brown recluse.
Oh, those are dangerous. Those are dangerous.
Yeah, okay.
Those are dangerous.
So I gave the motherfucker a chance to go on about his business, but he keep fucking with me, and I told him to go on.
Okay.
He talking to spiders, y'all.
Well, no, like
no,
because I typically save the lives and let them, because they do me justice. They do me justice. They keep the flies and the mosquitoes and bugs and shit away. But this some bitch here on some bullshit.
He wanted you.
You know what I'm saying?
He was following along with you, like what he's gonna do next week.
Well, it probably wouldn't have been as bad, but I feel like something bit me in my back earlier, and then all of a sudden he started crawling around. And you know, with a brown recluse, you don't feel when they bite you.
Yeah, just keep an eye on what.
Yeah, so it's kind. So
it's gonna make me start itching now.
So if he'd have just took his bitch ass on outside, he wouldn't even got to that.
You'll know in the next 2 rounds if you start your flesh start eating away.
Oh man,
that happens, but not that quick though. But it does happen. I mean that anyway. Another subject.
I feel like I'm starting to switch.
Just keep an eye on that area though, for real.
Yeah.
But I guess when it comes to these relationships, we got to pick it up a little bit for our audience and talk to our audience about. I
have a story.
Okay.
Here in North Carolina, this guy was dating. His uncle was a fire chief.
Mm-hmm.
He was married to this girl, and they was doing good. Well, from my point of view, they were doing good.
And see, that's good. We don't see the other behind the doors.
The other side, but in my they was doing good, and everything. And I'm sitting home watching TV, and his name come across the screen,
and they on the news.
Yeah, wow. Because he killed the boyfriend. He killed the girl. He killed the man. He killed his wife's lover. He killed his wife's lover. He, as a police officer, had the blue. He already had the lights because he worked as police chief. Fire chief. He pulled him over, and they got into a big argument. He killed him. So he did it like 1 or 2 times. The first time he told him, "Leave my wife alone." Go home, go on somewhere, get your own life. Leave her alone. Let me have my family.
Mhm.
It's the crimes of passion.
He carry on going.
Right.
We know he could kill the boy. Now he's doing life.
Oh wow. 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 Ain't nothing worth that. I'm sorry. You know what? And I do have an article that I want to go through with you all to kind of help the people out there. You know how we always do, try to give some advice, and we'll get into it. 7 signs that you're in a toxic relationship. Because if we really look at it, some of the Hollywood relationships that we're talking about, like even the Kim and Kanye thing, that has turned completely toxic now. And some people might laugh at it for different reasons, but it's still toxic. You know, whatever the underlying current is on the whole thing, it's toxic. So here's number 1: passive aggressive behavior. If you can feel something is wrong, but when you ask what's going on, the other person says nothing, but then pushes you to you the silent treatment, that's passive aggression. Um, I'm sorry, they got so many things popping up on the screen, pushing this article way down. Okay, okay. One problem with it is that it doesn't leave much room for resolution of the conflict if you don't fix it. And for behavior, it's often accompanied by gaslighting or making the other person think they're crazy for even bringing it up. If you constantly feel like there's something off, but when you try to talk to your partner about it, you get shut down. You may be in a toxic relationship. And I really want to
Ain't no
credit
maybe.
this
It ain't
article.
no maybe you in one.
Right.
When a
Exactly.
motherfucker try to make you think you crazy or shooting slugs and shit at you all the time or say what they want to say and then walk smooth the fuck off and don't allow you an opportunity to say what's on your fucking mind. You know what I'm saying? Or switch the subject whenever you start to make a valid point. You know what I'm saying? That's running from fucking reality, man. And it's not fair. You know what I mean? If I gave you the courtesy to allow you to express yourself, then you owe me the same. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I
That's
mean?
true. That's true.
Yep.
And you know that this article is on inc.com. Again, this is the 7 signs that you're in a toxic relationship. Let me go to number 2: volatility, extremely high and extremely low lows that tend to repeat has a high likelihood of being toxic. This is especially true if you find it hard to predict when your partner will be upset. Uncertainty has been demonstrated over and over to be very hard on not just human beings, but on all animals. You know, study after study shows that not knowing what's going to happen or how to avoid pain spikes your levels of glucocorticoid, stress hormones. Okay. A
So
healthy relationship includes conflict, of course, but not all the time and not to an acute degree. Volatility.
yeah, but
And
when I was just gonna say when it's basically when you dealing with folks, man, that respond to things a certain way, it can drive you to become what you just explained. You know what I'm saying? Because certain, like if you're a person who lives in peace and don't like all the foolishness, but you're dealing
Right.
with somebody who's always animated or has high stress and anxiety levels, but prior to you even getting with them, and then you enter a relationship with them bringing that stuff to you constantly, it becomes frustrating and upsetting. And then you respond the only way you know how, like, yo, I ain't got time for that bullshit. And
Right.
now it comes back to you. Well, you don't know how to talk to people, or you always upset, or you always mad. No, I just don't have time for that shit. And you always doing what the fuck you doing, and I ain't got time for that. You see what I'm saying?
right,
And
but
so
Right.
then they'll switch it on you. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's always, even for the person that's receiving that behavior, that attitude, and all of that, with that person being so inconsistent of how they carrying itself with the conversation. It sucks for the other person to always to be in this caution mode. Like I always have to be on alert because I don't know what's going on, and like I gotta watch how I say this, so I gotta watch. And it's like nobody wants to live their life on eggshells, just
Right. But if you know somebody, so if you know somebody is, you know what I'm saying, if you know somebody's logical and you know you're emotional, why the fuck would you go with them with emotion when you know they're gonna be thinking logical? So that right there is a conflict. You know what I'm saying? Let's be logical and you know what I'm saying? Let's be logical and then talk about logic first and then tell me how it affects you emotionally. Don't come to me with emotion knowing that I'm a logical individual and then expect me to understand your emotion because you come to me blah 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 and I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? What's the
you
issue?
got unloaded on like
Right. But then
I
and
didn't
then
see this
but
coming.
but the sad part is they don't see that their
Themselves.
emotional outbursts being a contributing factor to why you're responding the way you're responding. I'm only for every action is a reaction. I'm only responding because of how you came at me. But I didn't say nothing. I was cool, calm, and collected. The hell you were.
You wasn't.
Just
But
like somebody.
one thing.
Sorry, I was gonna say, just like people tell me, well, your face say something else. And I tell people, I said, my apologies for that, because if I'm trying to process things logically, my face is going to show like I don't understand. I'm trying to assess the situation and see where you're going with it. So my face may reflect that. It's not intentional. But now you pissed off because my face is saying something or communicates something to you that rubs you the wrong way. And now we going back and forth about my facial expression instead of the primary concern to which you came to me in the first place.
Well, there's a point in there that you made that I had to learn something years ago, and I learned it in business, and I try to apply it to my personal. Sometimes I feel I'm not perfect naturally, but women always talk about how they feel, and men, like you said, Michael, you're talking your logic. I had to drop feel from my vocabulary when it came to business. I had to drop feel from that. I feel this, I feel that, because that was always offensive and bringing about arguments. And then I had to learn how to even draw that back a little bit, even in personal relationships, because the feeling sometimes, as opposed to what you say, the logic, is going to constantly cause some type of discrepancy, unless the two of you can come together on that. So that's something that I did that helped me a whole lot, was dropping that whole damn feeling thing. And I started in business, telling women, stop talking about your damn feelings. And they got nothing to do with business. And then I had to start telling them, even in your relationships, you have to do a balance, even with that. If that person that you're with is not a feelings person, you have to do a balance on that in order to have a healthy relationship.
So you got to start with the facts, and then, well, when you do this and blah blah blah, this makes feel this way, or this is what comes in result of that. But
whether it be male or female, we tend to say males over here and women or this. It could be reversed. So whether you be male or female, if you notice that your partner, one of you is logical and one of you are emotional, no one's discounting your feelings. But if you go to the A type or the alpha type person with a complaint or with concern, their number one thing is going to be like, oh shit, my partner is upset. Something's wrong with my partner. They're going to go into fix it mode. So they're going to be thinking logically, how can I fix this or make this better to where they don't feel like they're feeling. They're not discounting it, but they want to get rid of the problem, which is causing you concern, which will reduce the way that you feel or correct the way that you feel. And most people are like, I just want you to listen. Well, no,
I was about to get to that. Like,
right, but you
just want to be heard. Like,
but know your partner. If you know that your partner's a fixer, hey, I want to share something with you.
I don't need you to fix or solve nothing.
Right.
Now,
right.
I just want you.
Right.
Because the moment you come to them, oh my gosh, the fucking kitchen is a mess and it's on fire. Well, I guarantee you, if you're talking to your A-type, they finna run in the kitchen and try to put out the fucking fire. You know what I mean? They're not finna sit there and talk about your goddamn feelings. They finna go in there and try to put out the fucking fire. They're gonna try to
and then we get to everything else later.
Well, that's why I say people have to get a cap and a control on that feelings thing.
Right. You're right. I agree. But it's just one of them things where I've been in those situations, and I'm a fixer. And even though I know that I probably need to chill out and listen, my thing is, okay, it's causing you distress, and I don't want you to stress because I ain't got time for that bullshit. I don't have time for you to be upset. I want you to be happy, and I want you to be at peace. So let me fix what's going on. How do we resolve that? Well, I want you to listen. Well, I get it. You want me to listen, but obviously you're upset, and whatever it is fucking pissing you off, which is why I got to sit here and listen to you complain, bitch and fuss or whatever, or express yourself. I have to listen to you express yourself. Right.
Well, sometimes the fixer and the pleaser, because sometimes I am the pleaser. The fixer and the pleaser is the last one happy in the room. Is the last person happy in the whole room, and you have to say, "Wait a minute now." But I'm not like that in my relationships and stuff. I don't have to do that because I don't choose to be in partnerships where I have to do that. I just have been like that in life, just in general. The Libra balance. I'm
just going to hit the chat real quick. We got some folks in the chat.
Rick
yes. So Jimmy Jacobs comes in. No, sorry, that's not Jimmy Jacobs. Who is that? Okay, sorry, this is Rick. So Rick says people cherry pick truths so they can stick with their lies, and then he says acknowledge each other's efforts. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where that stops at. Where did I miss it?
Yeah, you missed a second comment. He had 3 comments.
Rick did. I don't get the last one.
Okay.
Read that, somebody. Yeah, I can't see it.
I'm gonna pull it up on the screen and see if you all can see. Okay, he says they want to try to put it up the other's ass and blame the deflect game.
So it's one of them things, man, and you know, I learn as I go, and I always do a self-reflection of how I could have done something better. In most cases, though, when you're dealing with a fixer and you come to them in a panic mode or whatever the case may be, they are trying to get you out of panic mode, because once I get you calm, then I can calm down, right? And then once we get to that, then now we can talk about whatever. How did it make you feel? Explain that to me. So next time something happens, I can assess and respond accordingly. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times when you come, like, I guarantee you it's not the same thing twice. You know, one minute it may be you a spider. The next minute it may be something like some financial shit within the household. The next time it may be, you know, your car is fucked up or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? It could be different things at different times. So come at me. So now I know, okay, when you're in a panic state or a concerned, let me fix that, a concerned mind state, I know how to respond to you when you're concerned. Okay, I need to hear you out. I'm going to analyze my stuff in my head, and then I'm going to ask you, well, what do you propose I do? Well, how do you want to handle this? And when they say they want your help, now I can implement the things I've come up with to say, hey, here's how we can do this. We can go about it this way or that way. You let me know what's the best way. So it's just all about tactic, right? Because everybody gonna handle their shit different, right? It's just all about tactic. I'm only speaking from my experiences. I know when somebody come to me with an issue, I want to fix the problem, and then I want to say, why or how did that make you feel? You know what I'm saying? And how can we prevent that in the future? But right, you know, and maybe that's just me being Mr. Fix-It, being a military mindset where you adapt and overcome. You see what I'm saying? So, and that's why I said I get it. Everybody's different. It may like my way may not be the best way for somebody else's situation, but it's just things to consider. And Mr. Fix-It has to be. Mr. Fix-It has to be.
Sometimes I'll just say this, because when you are a fix-it or a pleaser, you'll be doing it forever. And the reason why I am not, and I'm speaking about myself, I have to reform even my ways. And this is not necessarily in my relationship. This is just in general with people. when you take on that role, the 9.9 times out of 10, the other person is not going to say to you, oh, please stop being a fixer or pleaser. They're going to continue to reap the
You think
benefits.
you got all the
of
answers, right? You think you got all the motherfucking answers.
Or sometimes it'd be like, well,
Yeah. But I'm just saying, you'll never get out of it. You're going to be dragging the ground on that forever because they're not going to give you a break. You have to push back and reestablish that relationship. Those boundaries that are there because you're never going to stop fixing and pleasing. They're not going to wake up one day and say, you know what? You've been fixing everything. I think I'm going to step up now. No, because you've already built
It
them
ain't
into
never
that
happen.
person.
It will never happen.
It would never happen. You
That's the
built
problem
them
I
into
feel
that person.
but
Yeah, that's the
but
problem I feel like trying to people please. Not so much trying to people please, but trying to family please and friend
Right.
please. Like if I don't know you, then I don't know you. I have empathy and sympathy for you, but hush.
Right.
But I have to discern, what the real situation is. But when it comes down to my family, I want to make sure that my family is straight to the point where I go dead broke, trying to make sure, my kids are good, my mom is good, my brother, whoever asks, is good. I lose sleep trying to make sure everybody else is good. Sleep and money.
Right.
So I have to get that mindset of trying to please everybody to the point of being
Hurting
depleted in
yourself.
every. Yeah.
Yeah. I can relate. And so when I say this, I'm not just saying it to Michael, I'm saying it overall to myself, even at times. I've had to learn, and I think I've learned pretty good with relationships not to try to be that pleaser or fixer. And I think it's because I have great friends that have said, stop that shit. And you have to have people that call you on that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Because you will continue being that person. But if you are in a situation where someone is constantly allowing you and leaning on you to be that constant pleaser
Like
or
they don't
even a fixer, that's never going to just stop. Go ahead, Veronica.
just like they don't appreciate it, and
Right. They don't appreciate it.
people, you try to be the peacekeeper, you try to take care of, just try to keep peace and
Mm-hmm.
try to help things, go straight, go, just straight and narrow.
Right. And
Like
I'm
just
so happy.
out the other, and
And they ain't going to go.
Hey,
And I'm,
so let me do this real quick for y'all, because this how I be feeling, and I've always told people that listen to me that if you want to know about my life, just watch the movie Antoine Fisher. Right. So I'm finna say this right here. This how I be feeling in those type of situations. Who will cry for the little boy lost and all alone? Who will cry for the little boy abandoned without his own? Who will cry for the little boy? He cried himself to sleep. Who will cry for the little boy? He never had for keeps. Who will cry for the little boy? He walked the burning sand. Who will cry for the little boy? The boy inside the man. Who will cry for the little boy who knows well hurt and pain? Who will cry for the little boy? He died and died again. Who will cry for the little boy? A good boy he tried to be. Who will cry for the little boy who cries inside of me? That's how I feel when I'm in fix-it mode, but yet I don't ever feel like I'm being appreciated for what I'm trying to do and all of the things that I do. So yeah, you want me to listen, but all I'm saying is my whole intention is to make sure that you don't have to worry about nothing, stress about nothing, or what I'm saying, or deal with any of that stuff that's gonna take you out of your happy zone. But yet you find a way to get out of your happy zone and find something that bothers you. And then when I go and try to fix it, it's either not what you want, not enough, or something's wrong with what I'm doing. And it's just like, well, fuck, man, all I'm trying to do is make sure that you don't have nothing to worry about and have the best life that you could possibly have. But for whatever reason, it seemed like every day is something wrong.
Well, there's a point, and I think I've said this, before on this show, and I'll just say it to people in general. There's a point in everyone's life when they have to come to a crossroads and they have to make decisions. If you want to be in a situation where that works for you, then it continues to work for you. But at a certain point, if you want to see something different, you got to make the change. Like I said just now, there's 9.9 out of 10. The person who you are doing the pleasing for or the fixing for is not going to say, hey, guess what? I see that you've been a really good pleaser. You know what? I am going to. They don't do that. And so I'm really glad that I have friends who hold mirrors up to me. My friend, he's really good at holding that damn mirror up and saying, stop trying to please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My friend holds me accountable. Say, you're doing too much. Why should you even care that much?
Right.
Doing too much.
I need everybody to Google the boy, the man, and the donkey and read that.
Okay, the boy, the man, and the donkey.
Then, after so long with going through those situations like that, it does become toxic, and it becomes like this heavy mental thing where you're questioning yourself and you're thinking about how much of this are you really willing to still continue to deal with, and when do you decide to you're really going to let it go?
When do you choose you? That's what you have to decide. When do you choose you?
And so it's toxic to the point to where, like you're saying, their toxicity is implemented and heavy on you until it starts seeping into your spirit and your soul, and then it's like you're doing the same things they're doing, and it's just bickering and doing the same thing back and forth. And it's like that's not originally how I've been or how I am or how I carry or see myself, but now I'm doing those things because it becomes the like PTSD and all that other stuff. I mean, it becomes to where it's repetitive, and you gotta decide, okay, this abuse stops here. So
Exactly. Hey, do me a favor, Mike. You want to read the chat, and then I'm gonna get back to the next point on the article. Rick has been going off in that chat. So
yeah, give me 1 second. So I think the last thing I read was he said acknowledge each other's efforts, and he said acknowledge each other's efforts to resolve the issue, and soon enough you'll both find out that the issue never really was one. It's been the willingness to address the issue. Then he continued to say 2 storms will only flood the situation, but calmness of both parties will truly prepare and protect against the flood. So basically, Rick, you saying make a dam, make a dam or give a damn. Ooh, come on, Mike. Like, as Rick would say, like, come on, Rick. Like,
yeah.
And then he says, sharing the fixing role is a mother. Shut your mouth. Mm-hmm. And then he says, MFers know how to fix themselves out the door too. You know what I'm saying? And then he said, yes, Veronica, enough is enough. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that's the contributions of Rick and his Rickisms. You know what I'm saying? But
every time I'm gonna sacrifice this and sacrifice that. I sacrificed, trying to keep the peace. I sacrifice, trying to help out, trying to do this and do that. But you can't keep sacrificing. You keep doing it over and over and over and over until.
So I do have a question for the group, and this may can be something else in the future. You ever find yourself being the bigger person, or the demand is for you to be the bigger person in certain situations, and then you're saying, "But I'm always being the bigger person."
Always being the bigger person.
Sometimes I just want to let stuff fall, let the whole cookie crumble in the tower, just because I want to be the person to push it over.
And the reason I say that is because in some cases, man, whoever you dealing with, they be dead wrong.
Yeah.
But a motherfucker wants you to be the bigger person
Right.
to make shit right.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd be
I
like,
get
you
that.
know what? You need to feel my storm real quick. Cause I don't know if you think I ain't got it in me, but I got it in me. Like don't do me.
Right.
Do me.
Yeah.
Tanya,
Right. Yeah.
you know my
Say it again, Ron.
story.
Yeah.
What's your story, girl? Tell us your story. I'm just playing. I'm messing with you. I'm being silly.
I'm good, bro. It's just we'll talk about it.
Yeah, okay. I got you. I got you.
But yeah,
Nah,
it's a lot to keep wearing the bigger person and all this other stuff, and you just supposed to be there to be able to take it off.
yeah, and it's just
And
like
that's
well, damn. Like sometimes I just want to snap and go smooth the fuck off and fuck being the bigger person. I don't care no more.
Yeah, you need to get one or two of the moments. You know,
Well,
at
just
least
do it. You just gotta do
one or
it.
two of them every 6 months. I can fly off and not feel no regret.
Man.
Because I'm telling you, they're not going to just reform on their own. It doesn't happen like that. It just doesn't happen. Yes, sir.
Shamika Nicole says, "Hey, beautiful black people. The last weeks have been a struggle, but it's a blessing to still see each day. Glad y'all looking good and feeling good tonight. What's going on?"
But yeah, that's one of the conversations that me and her be having sometimes. It'd be like, sometimes we just want to act a darn fool with those that's been giving us
a darn fool.
I'm trying to keep it, but just because everybody expects that of you all the time, because that's what you've been showing, that's how you've been carrying yourself, that's how you just are, but they don't ever think to fail, to see the other side of you, to see the other person that when they do get fed up, oh, they done had enough. Like, you don't think I'm gonna show no outward expression of it or emotion? Like, that's just unrealistic to think I'm just gotta be, like, I ain't God, I ain't Jesus, I'm working,
Marcus, some people don't care as long as they win.
But it's just like, man, like, you know what, back up. When are you gonna learn to do this for yourself? Like,
the man,
they feel like they're winning, they don't.
The man, the boy, and the donkey.
But all that becomes toxic over time.
Yeah, that's toxic.
All that becomes toxic.
Let's go to this next one. Number 3 here. Jokes aren't always really jokes.
Nah,
this is number 3. Yeah, if your partner makes belittling comments about you, but then claim they were just joking, there's a problem. Emotional bullies not only drop subtle insults, but often then try to make their victims look stupid or like they're overreacting. The way you can tell, a good joke will make you feel included. A toxic joke will make you feel small, angry, and powerless.
Now, unless whatever they're joking about, to be true. So it hits a little different when you know yourself that you were being an ass, and that joke that they made identifies you being an ass, and you could be like, oh shit, they done figured me out. Now,
I don't get that one often.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't.
So think about this, and I'm gonna relate this. I'm gonna relate this to everything that everybody has felt at some point in time.
Okay.
You ain't been to church in a while, but when you go to church, the preacher's sermon somehow hits you, and well, that's why I don't come to this church, because they always trying to make somebody feel bad. They always want to try to get at somebody.
He's just preaching his sermon. If it touch you, it touch you. If it don't, it don't.
He ain't seen you in a month or 2 or 6 months. So the day you come, you think he's just preaching about you? No, you feel some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? You feel some kind of way. So when you be like, oh, that was personal, it wasn't personal. You took it personal because you know that you either think negative of the individual who was you talking to, or that you know you wrong. You know you wrong in some way. And sometimes people are just assholes, and they do mean it, and they mean it with every intention of their soul
Yeah,
to
they
offend you, right? So let's be real. Let's throw both sides. But sometimes, man, half the time, ain't nobody studying you. Ain't nobody worried about you. You know what I'm saying? But when you take it that way, well, you meant that. Well, no. Or you've led me to believe that you don't have my best intention at stake. So yeah, now I feel like anything that come out your mouth is meant towards me. Because you know what I'm saying? Because the
Well, see, I don't
energy's
get
been
that
bad.
from real people. If I get that kind of thing, somebody joking, it's somebody who I'm already looking at with a side eye anyway. I don't get that from real people, like my real friends. Okay, my
Like
real
that,
friends are
side-eye.
right. That side eye, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I don't get that from my real friends. If anybody making any jokes like that, off key jokes, and trying to find a way to get at me and make me angry or in some way, you're not that close to me anyway because I'm already
Yeah,
have
and you gotta be my real friend to make a joke and then not
right.
offend me like that. Because if you not and you just making a joke, like, wait,
Mhm.
is she? I don't think she know me yet. What?
Right. I mean, I don't know if y'all do a house cleaning every year, but I do a sweep. And people who ain't that I'm not cool with, I just stop talking to you as the Libra ghosting folks. I ain't got no time for that. You gotta go. If you're gonna do all that, I ain't got no time for that. So I mean, if you have people in your life that make those kind of jokes, and especially a partner, you need to re-examine that relationship.
I ain't got no time for you and your bullshit. Yeah, you and your bullshit.
That's it.
No, you and your
That's it.
bullshit.
That's it. Making a theme song.
Hey,
Wait a
I
minute,
ain't got
Ruth.
no time for you and your bullshit. Hey,
You need to
right.
record it. We got to record it and put it on chat.
I know, right?
It's
Rika said
already
if
it's already on a TikTok video.
Oh, yeah,
Rick
okay.
said that if they respected the joke, they meant it. Bottom line, and that's what I feel too.
No,
And then he said,
he said yeah. He said they
if they
repeat the
repeated, I'm
joke.
sorry, if they repeated
Yeah.
the joke, then they meant it. Bottom line. And he said, I say the the time.
I just hate the ones where they'll say the joke and I'll be like, "What you say? Like you didn't think I caught it or did I heard it?"
Mm-hmm.
And they'll be like, "Oh, I didn't say nothing." I'm like, "No,
Yeah,
said
you
something."
said
Like,
that.
don't.
And you know me, my reaction
And
gonna
those
be,
people aren't my
I
friends.
said what?
Well, I'm saying that those people, I don't consider them to be my friends. You know, when you get used to in your life doing your own thing and knowing that there's people going to give you some commentary or some jealousies and stuff like that, you just expect stuff. Because whenever you go on about your life, everybody knows this. I'm not just talking about me. Everybody knows this. When you go on about your life and you're doing whatever it is in your life that makes you happy, there's always going to be some hater somewhere, and they make those side off jokes and all kinds of stuff like that. It's just because of their own hatred. So I kind of got used to it, but I don't consider those type of people my friends, and I damn sure ain't gonna have them in a relationship. Those people, you got to get rid of them. Let them go. Clean house. Okay.
Yeah.
Rick saying some stuff before I go to the next one. Let's see.
Shamika like that shit. That she say, I ain't got no time for you and your bullshit. Yeah,
Don't
you
stop
and your
it, girl.
bullshit. Oh, you and your
Also,
bullshit.
okay, but Rick
Sorry.
also said he says
Moving.
so often pastors too use the pulpit platform to belittle people if they're not doing
Yes,
what the
sir. Yes,
pastor
sir.
wants. Ooh, with that money
That
sound there.
person that's out there that want to give
Right.
$1,000
Yes,
to
yes,
Mm.
yes.
just
So
Hallelujah.
I know I offended some people with one of the poems I wrote. And I might not need to say that one on live, but I will talk about it. And depending on your beliefs and depending on the type of establishments you go to on Sundays, and depending on the individual that's standing behind the pulpit, depending on the type of individuals that's standing behind the pulpit, you have a choice to decipher whether or not what they're saying is bullshit. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, hey,
And
I wrote a
don't do
poem.
none of that. Some of us don't do none of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to hear that in the after show.
Yeah, I wrote a poem about it, and
I thought about something I had watched that somebody shared with me about somebody preaching, and I was just like, okay.
but that's why I say depending on the individual,
and not knocking people.
Yeah, because I'm not knocking or saying anything about
that's
religion,
probably
period.
like a start for them, and so at least it's a something in their spirit saying like they're wanting more of a connection.
Put it like this here: it makes it hard for you to go and want to serve unto your supreme deity the way that you want to, when the individual that is responsible for conveying the message is a crooked motherfucker. You see what I'm saying?
That's why just like I talk about the world all the time, is one more thing, and this is going to be one of the most upsetting things that go on, and people roll their eyes around when I say this shit, but I say all of these religion was made up as a control of people. You don't need somebody standing there to tell you what to do. We're all guys. The God is within. What do you need all that for?
Right.
That's a weakness to me. I'm sorry. If you need that person to direct you, to tell you how to serve, if you need that. No wonder you watch the news.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm
very
with that.
Now, so here's one of the things we were saying it earlier. I was going to say this earlier, right? Mm-hmm. If you go by the good book, and you go by the stories of the beginning, and then how man disobeyed God, right? So they were given, they were put into the Garden of Eden, and they were told not to eat of a certain fruit from a certain tree or whatever. That tree basically being the tree of knowledge. Mm-hmm. If you were told not to eat of the tree of knowledge, that means you were never supposed to know in the first place. So by disobeying God, you received knowledge, or your consciousness was, awakened. In the end, your destruction or your ascension is going to be whether you know the real from the fake, the truth from the false. So by knowledge being something you were never supposed to have, in the end, it will be your delivery or your destruction. You see what I'm saying? So in that context,
I'm gonna say something.
No, go do your thing. I'm just telling you. Do your thing. And it's not about agreeing or disagreeing or battling. I'm just saying,
who said? But see,
that's why I said depending on what you believe in.
I gotta say this.
That's why I said depending on what you believe in.
Whoever said that happened? But I'm just saying, you got to think about it. Remember, I told you everything was built on lies. Whoever said that happened?
I'm just saying. That's why I said depending on what you believe in. I feel you. I totally feel you. But depending on what you believe in, knowledge being something you were never supposed to have, in the end, it'll be your destruction.
There you go. I don't know if it'll be a destruction. I think that
based on the Bible. Let me say that.
Right.
But
you got to know this. Okay, I'm gonna just say this real quick. I think that we're about, and I think I've said this before, we are about the 5th civilization on this planet. We're not the first.
Yeah.
We have had civilization more advanced than this civilization. You want to know why they became extinct? Is they didn't wake up. This civilization is going to make it because we're waking up.
We gon' make it. Yeah, make it. We gon' make it. We gon' make it. We go make. Okay, sorry.
Margo got to do a theme song every time.
No, he could. I'm just saying that mind be going to find them songs that fit right at those points.
It's a song for everything we do on this world, man. But no, I totally get you. But that's what I was saying. Yeah. I'm sorry. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let me just say this real quick. You know, like what you were saying earlier, and I know that the reason why I brought Art Imitates Life back to air is the purpose, the sole purpose was to have these kind of conversations, was to bring about a lot of things, to put questions in your minds, to have you do research, shed some light. You know, there's a lot of things. I can't sit here and honestly go along with the different narratives that were given to us, and a lot of them were lies. So I can't sit here and just continue to be a part of that narrative. I throw a lot of stuff out in the street. Some people might piss them off, but go do the research and prove me wrong. Please.
So, and that's the thing.
And I would appreciate it.
So that's the thing about, so when people be like, oh, I don't agree with this person or whatever, you know, the shock DJs or whatever they call them, it's
shock jocks.
I learned a lot. But, you know, I was following my pops. My pops was a preacher, and he would preach certain things. And I think I told y'all this before. I ended up having a conversation at the time, you know, being in the church. I ended up having a conversation with an atheist. And I felt it necessary to hear what he had to say, because if I'm supposed to convince him to come sit at my church and hear the word, I need to hear why he's not, why he don't believe, right? So when I listened to him and he stumped me, I'm spitting, we going back and forth, and then he started asking some questions. I was like, shit, I ain't got no answer for him. So of course, like me, I went running to daddy, like, daddy, and my, you know, and pops got mad at me, like, what the fuck, you know, what the hell you doing having a conversation with somebody like that for anyway? Well, if my job is to save souls and I'm trying to reach somebody who does not necessarily believe one way or the other, then maybe I can get him to come to my church, hear the word, and be saved. But you mad at me for having a conversation with him? And if part of the deal is to get him to come here and he wants me to go to whatever establishment, don't I owe him that in return to show good faith? You see what I'm saying? So it was small things like that that confused the hell out of me as a kid.
Right.
And I'm sitting here like, well, why is this way right? Or treating somebody this way right? But then when we try to go to return the favor or do something that they ask of us, is wrong.
Well, you know what? The Vatican.
Okay. No. What I was going to say is that you have to be so deeply rooted in your foundation to know that you won't be easily shaken when you go to situations like that. And I'm maybe thinking with you know, the elders or something like that. They're like, we just don't do that. But I think they were more scared of somebody being easily persuaded versus I'm confident in knowing that you know where you stand and how you view yourself and how you carry yourself with God, that you're going to seek out understanding and hopefully a middle ground with that person to be able to share your news, your good news, and just hear them out. But you still pick and choose and make your decisions by the end of the day.
Right.
Like,
so and you make perfect good sense, but I use religion because that's one thing that like most people can understand.
Yeah, the religious stuff is kind of, but I'm more spiritual.
Let me share this with you real quick because I have to say that because it's just driving me bananas. Okay, you know all this came from the top down. All roads lead to Rome, the Vatican. They all the churches, and that was the dirtiest organization in the world to date. The dirtiest organization in the world. So how you gonna take your teachings from that? Come on, folks. What the
Got it. I use religion because that's what most people up there. Take religion out of it was what I was getting ready to say. Take religion out of it, right? And it's still the same. You still have to hear both sides. With that scenario I gave about my pops, you still have to hear both sides because, like I said earlier,
there's
you
only
can
one
talk.
side.
You can talk to a racist and still get motivated to go do research. Because you know how I learned half of the information I'd learned. Like she just like Tanya said earlier, somebody said something to me that I just refused to believe, and I said, "Let me go look this shit up. Let me go read it. Let me go do some research on this shit."
Well, let
Right?
me say this:
Because in
there
my
is
mind,
no
I'm
two
finna. In my
sides.
mind, no. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No two sides. There's only one side because if you have God and if you know that you are a living God, if you know that you are a God, if you know that you are a God, because most of y'all don't know that. If you know that you're a God, can't nobody tell you nothing. There are no two sides. There
Right.
are no two sides.
Yeah. So taking religion out of it, like I was saying, taking religion out of it, when you're opposing somebody, and I keep saying racist, so let me kind of correct that. That's just something obvious as a black man that you can kind of compare to. But if you have someone who is opposing you in conversation or debate, when you go and do your research on the things that they are telling you, because my whole motivation was I'm gonna prove this motherfucker wrong. I'm gonna take whatever they said, I'm gonna go do some research, I'm gonna come back, and I'm gonna tear their ass up. But guess what? In the process, I end up seeing like, oh shit, like, yeah. Right. And so now I swallow my pride and go back and be like, hey man, my attempt was to try to prove you wrong, but I end up finding out this information. You mind sharing a little bit more information on me or educate me on that? You see what I'm
And
saying?
see that whole thing, and I don't talk about it, but it gets really, 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 really deep when
And
it
it
comes
sucks.
to the
And it
feelings
sucks.
of a true knowledgeable atheist, not just some person who just says I don't believe in God. A
No,
true
that's what I
knowledgeable,
ended up with.
right?
That
And
dude I
see,
was
it gets
talking
really
to.
deep. It gets
That's why I
deep
said
as
that dude I
hell.
was talking to, he asked me some
Right,
questions that shook my whole shit. It
right.
didn't deter me, but it shook me because I was always
Because
told that the Bible had that like that you can find
mhm.
whatever rebuttal or response in the Bible, and then at that point I couldn't respond. I was stuck, and I had to go
Because
run
I
into
have
Daddy.
said,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
have said that the true
The
Bible,
fuck?
unless you looking at a Bible prior to the 16th century,
You
is
didn't
his
kill
ass
it?
back again? His ass
He
is back again?
No, his cousin came out. Like his cousin came. He was like, "Yo, you got beef, son? You killing? You
killed my
killing my?"
boy. You killed my boy. In the backup.
Nah, it's
Oh
like
man!
no.
What I
So
was
it's
saying is that when it comes down to it, unless you when it comes to the Bible prior to the 16th century, before the killing of King James, is my understanding, was a true
yeah.
sense of true inspired Bible. After that, you're dealing with a bunch of inspiration on dark negative forces, and so if you read and all that and requoting all that, you just doing their dirty work, requoting that out to the world. You just doing their dirty work, you know. But let's hit the chat real quick before I go back to another part of the another part of the article. So, Mike, start right under. Hey, Rick. Shamika said, "Hey, Rick." So if we can start
Yeah.
right under
Well, I'm
there.
gonna go back to this one here because Shamika was praising the song. I ain't got no time for you and
I
your,
see.
you know what I'm saying?
We did
Right.
that.
So, but then she was like, "Hey, Rick," and then Rick come back and says, "Hey, what are the intentions of these jokes? Because their jokes is really on them." And he said, "To love your set close is to smell haters from afar." Uh, and then he said, "Preach, Tanya," based off of what you were saying. He said, "No dose knowledge, Tanya. No dose knowledge, Tanya."
Mhm.
Then he said, "Cherry picking souls," and he goes, "Love thy neighbor with conditions looking ass." You know what I'm saying? And then it's like Shamika comes in and says, "I participate in organized religion, and for me, it's no different than a professor teaching me or a friend and I talking. It's a way to learn, be encouraged, and have support in the belief that I have." And then Rick comes back and says, "How can we reach if you're still preaching distance or practicing distance? My bad. How can we reach if you're still practicing distance?" So um those things that they're saying, it holds some weight because when in the grand scheme of things, it is a conversation. But when if you're going
it's
to
going to be
church,
a very upsetting conversation in a minute when people find out what the hell organized religion really is. It's going to be a very, very upsetting conversation, because when you find out that they used Christianity to control us and all these different things, and it's going to be I'm sorry, it's going to be just an awakening, because the first time I saw it, I didn't even want to look at it. I was looking at a Zeitgeist movie, and I went past that whole part of the damn movie and went to just looking at 9/11 and all that. It took me a moment to back up and to bring that into my mind. And when I did, I started talking to more and more people. Now I understand a whole lot more from the teachings that I've had now. People are going to understand. People are going to be upset when they find out that I say it all the time, that Jesus' character is Caesar Borgia. I say that all the time. I say
is
all
Veronica
these
all right?
Veronica,
I know, right?
She sounds like she just fell out her chair or something.
Don't do a speed.
She dropped her phone.
Okay.
She dropped her phone. Okay. I guess she's trying to get that money right now.
Well, I'm gonna say, because if you'd have fell out that damn chair, I'm gonna joke. We talking about jokes. I'm gonna joke on your ass if you fell out that chair.
No, sir. No, sir. That's just drop my phone.
Okay. But I talk about all the time about that picture we see of this Jesus being Caesar Borgia. I talk about all the time that the character bald and the false gods and stuff. And people don't want to hear me when I'm saying it. But you better take note and go look that shit up. You ain't gotta
let me ask this.
You ain't gotta agree with me, but you better go look that shit up.
So let me ask y'all this. Have y'all, and sometimes I try to just kind of bring it back. That's why I be like taking religion out of it, because that is a sensitive subject for some. Not necessarily, I don't know who, the folks in the group, but I mean, as far as the audience. But when you take stuff out of there, you ever had a debate or a conversation with somebody about something, and either you're holding strong to your opinion or they're holding strong to their opinion? Do you ever just say, you know what? Let me stop. Let me step outside my box and see what the hell they really talking about. Does anybody ever do that?
I don't have
done that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just don't do it much anymore because I don't want to hear the same old shit no more. But go ahead. I don't like my time wasted.
Right.
Don't waste my time with that same bullshit. Okay.
I know at one point, I because I was very combative. And what I felt like I was very knowledgeable on certain things, and you can't tell me no different. And then, like I said, I had a conversation with old buddy, and that kind of shook me up, because I was like, well, damn, like he's making some very, very good points. And I'm gonna tell you what really got me. It was shit that I had always questioned. And when he said what he said, I was like, damn.
That was more your turning point to go figure that out.
Right, because he basically provided another viewpoint and or answers to some of the shit that I've been asking my whole life that I could never get from the people that I felt should give it to me. You see what I'm saying?
Maybe you didn't have the same passion or desire to go seek it out then when you were bringing it up yourself. But now that you have another reason behind it, it kind of pushed you a little bit more to go do this now. Like,
so in regular conversation outside of religion, when you're having those debates, whether it be on whatever conversation topic, am I asking, like, do any of you actually say, you know what, let me go dig on this, or old girl said or old buddy said something that I feel has some value? You know what I mean? And if you do find it, do you go back and let them know, hey man, I questioned it, but I went and did some research and I found, do you acknowledge the fact that you didn't, that it wasn't what you thought it was?
Yeah, it would be helpful to the other person because it just lets them know that you're not so easily persuaded. Sometimes on some of the things, like you're like, nobody's gonna really be open to hear me out. But it's like, you know what? I agree with that. I still have my beliefs and my views and this, that, and other, but on that point, I do agree with you with. And so I find no fault in what you were choosing to share with me. And I thank you, because it prompted me to go seek this out for myself, or to be better in what it is I choose to believe or what I research. And And then just the same, you give them some of your nuggets and stuff like that, and maybe that might prompt them to go do some research and be like, you know what, you have a point too.
Tanya, sorry, I was going to ask
that.
Tanya this.
I don't get
See, that's what I'm saying, because I knew I could see it in her face. So I was going to say, do you feel like it's humbling? Like, do you?
Okay.
Do you? No, something I'm asking you, Tanya. Like, because I know your stance on this. Do you feel like if you ever in that situation, would you call it or label it humbling yourself to kind of say, okay, you had a point or you made a point, or do you say, fuck that, I know what I got to say and you're wrong, or like however?
See, what I have learned in my teachings, learnings, and everything, that I see different viewpoints sometimes, and certain things resonate with me. Like I can sit here right now and tell you about the beginning of this planet. That let's say it wasn't Adam and Eve, it was Adama and Eva, right? I can give you the whole scenario of everything that I've learned. Somebody may not agree with that. They may come with their own knowledge, and we can mix and match and put together that story, because I feel like that's how that goes. Neither one of us was there. Our souls might have been there and may not know everything that's going on.
It was the Anunnaki and the Edomites.
Yeah, it can be all that, And so therefore I can mix and match on some of the stories like that. But what I don't care for is to participate in conversations where someone is trying to dumb me down. I don't care for that. And I don't care to participate in conversations that are of a low vibration, because you're repeating and circulating the same bullshit that's being put out there. I'm going to stop you because you're wasting my time. I don't want to talk about what's on the news. I don't want to talk about what they taught you in school, because it's all bullshit. So if you can come and teach me something, I always want to learn. I learn every single week because I listen to different lectures every single week. It is not a time off situation that I have enough knowledge. This is a weekly thing. And if that upsets somebody, then fuck you. You get over it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I would say that way. If that upsets, let me say it more diplomatically. If that upsets you, then I invite you to go do your thing.
Y'all, she not mad. She just passionate.
Nah, it's the way she said it. She said it was like, hey, and you know what? And blah, blah, blah. Then fuck you. Like on some old Robert De Niro type shit.
It just gets to my nerves sometimes when people, they want to dumb you down to the box. And that is the most aggravating thing for me ever. I want to see people learn every week. You ain't got to be like me trying to learn something every week, but learn something. Damn it, learn something. God.
Hey, so real quick.
Let me get some air on that one.
Yeah. So let me okay, so Rick comes back in and says, we work so hard to prove people wrong that we stray away from the purpose, still foolishly believing that we're right. And then he made jokes about me when these spiders, he talking about raid. Then he goes and say, careful, Mike, them spider lovers might take you to court. Shamika says, not the spider lovers taking him to court. And then Rick comes in singing, the pastor. So he kind of making fun of the pastors and them humming hymns. He said, I want my money back. Then Shamika comes in and says, I do research on what I'm told from other people and their beliefs and decide based on my research what to believe. She says, honestly, we weren't there for none of what we're researching, so it's about choice. And to kind of piggyback on that, I believe I saw a video the other day that says, when it comes to history, wasn't none of us there, so how the hell can we validate history?
Excuse me, let me change that. Let me change that. Hold up. Let me say this real quick. There are some people who know where they're from. There's some people who know their souls that they've been here before. So y'all can go and just change that shit right now. Thank you.
Yeah. Who them people? Give me that knowledge. I need to know.
Actually, I listen to one of them every week. Some people know.
Well, I want to listen to them.
I'll let you.
Okay, yeah. Let me listen to them too. So then it says, Rick comes in and says, I believe religion is sensitive for those whose certain sense, third eye, is challenged or questioned.
Say that again.
He says, I believe religion is sensitive for those whose certain sense, third eye, is challenged or questioned.
Ooh, there you go. Most of y'all don't even know you have a third eye. Most of people don't even know what pineal brain is.
Yeah.
I mean, the pineal gland.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So thank you, Rick. Thank you, Rick. I'm like, they have some hang time up there.
Yeah, leave it up there. Leave it up there.
Thank you, Rick.
Need to decrease your fluoride and stuff.
I don't know. Right. I just look at it like this here. I really have a hard time with whatever this information is. Why the fuck it has to be a secret?
Stepping out of their reality.
Like, why does it have to be a fucking secret? Like,
it's not a secret. It's just not on TV. Yeah,
no,
it's just not on TV.
It ain't got to be on TV. But most people be like, and this is what I was saying earlier. Most people be like, man, y'all need to wake up. Y'all need to wake up. Well, wake me the fuck up then. You wake me up. Don't tell me I need to wake up because you ain't setting no alarm clock. You ain't shake me. You ain't trying to do nothing to wake me up. Wake me the fuck up.
We'll get you.
I got a few people that I want you to listen to.
Yeah, we'll get into that more in the.
That's the thing. It's
He's
always
like, you want to get into it now.
No, I need y'all to hear me.
No,
you can't sit here and tell people that they not woke and you ain't did a goddamn thing to wake them up. You can't.
I talk every week and people look at me like I got two hands and my hair's on fire. I say something every week.
But you gotta not you. I'm just saying for those
people
that's out there that say like, this and does this
because they feel like their mind is the one that can only hold all that information.
But you gotta bring the people with you.
I know.
Like give me the information and let me digest it and decide if I want to go further with you.
And they got to start you out on milk. You know, for a lot of, if you think about it, and then
I get it. Low doses, right? You just can't go to 75 milligrams when you need to be starting.
See, I made a decision. I'm gonna share this with y'all. When I made a decision that I wanted to awaken, I made a commitment, and I promise you, Monday through Friday nights, I used to be on a call every single night.
Yeah.
Yes, and you know now I do Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday every night. Remember?
Right.
And so I used to be Monday through Friday because I had a thirst for the knowledge, and I don't accept everything that's said. I take all of it, and then I go research. And I know one time I heard this, and this one guy, and I'm cool with him. You know, I've talked to him personally, and he said, "Bear with me. When you hear this, you're gonna think I'm crazy." He says that when we change from a third dimension to a fifth dimension, that the people who will not change their dimensions, there's going to be 2 3D planets that these people are going to go to. I was like, he's talking crazy. But then my other guy, who they're not connected at all, said the same damn thing. And I was like, what?
So my question,
you have to compare and contrast.
So my question to you, Tanya, is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the third dimension, 3D dimension to where we are, and then the fifth dimension being a spiritual realm.
Right.
Why do most people talk about third and fifth and totally skip fourth, which being time?
Because
so why does fourth not get talked about?
Because this is the part that's gonna freak you out.
But do you see what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you the answer. Because we are already in the fourth dimension, but we are hard holograms over here. That's
all. Like, but do you see what I'm saying? So can you imagine?
Did you grasp that? Did you hear that though?
No, I heard you, and I told you. Remember, I've always said time is nothing but a construct. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't sit here and tell me that time is a continuum. You know what I'm saying? When
look at Veronica. Look at Veronica way over there. She ain't paying no attention to nothing I'm saying. See, that's the average person.
So my thing is this
crazy.
So my thing is this though. People talk about being 3D and they automatically go to 5D. And if you say, well, then 4D don't make it doesn't matter because it doesn't exist. then say that.
We're already there.
But that's what I'm saying. But you got it. But like, if I'm new to this, right. I want to know.
See, the reason why
I want to know how we got to the third dimension. I want to know how we got to the third dimension.
Here go Rick.
I want to know why we skipping the fourth dimension and we only automatically talking.
But we're not skipping it. We're already in it, which is hard. Holograms.
Nobody talks about it, is what I'm saying. Nobody talks about it.
But the reason why they don't talk about it is that people, if they heard that, they would think that you're a complete nut. Hey, Rick, they would think that you're a complete nut.
Don't deny me what you think I'm going to be. Give me the info. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying about the information. It's like, give me the information and let me decide.
But let me tell you what has happened. I have done that different times with people. I have laid it down and laid it out. And I tell you, they go away for about a day or two, and then they come back. Girl, everything you said was crazy. You this, you that, and I stopped doing it.
Hold on.
But watch this, Tanya. You did your job.
Can y'all hear?
You did your job, Tanya. You did your job, Tanya, because you gave them information. They went away for 2 days to do research. Whether they come back, they don't have to agree with you, but you did your job. Because guess what?
They started big arguments with me.
Right, but you want to know why? Because you just challenged your whole fucking existence.
Yeah.
So they're going to take 2 days to go and do research, and they come back and be like, I don't believe you, because that's cognitive dissonance. They have to digest that. Now, everything they do after that, they're going to question what they knew to what they just were taught.
Yeah.
You did your job at that point.
I agree. I agree with you.
And some people are too proud to come back and be like, hey, Tanya, girl, you was right, because they done call you crazy already.
Yes.
So you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Now, who wants to eat crow? No one wants to eat crow when they just fucking sabotage you. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Hold on, real quick.
What's going on?
I just want to just reiterate that little demo I did. Mike, it's ooh, Pastor, oh, Pastor Mac, I want my money back.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, because I messed that all up. I messed that all up trying to read.
You know.
Oh man.
So yeah, I had to jump on in. I had to finish up what's behind me here.
Yeah.
I finished that up. Yeah, for the clients. So they didn't stack on it. So like, look, I gotta knock this out so I can chill in peace. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm like, this conversation is like very, very igniting. Cringy for a lot of people, perhaps, because they're so used of not being challenged with what they've been taught and fed and blinded for so many years. It's like people so dependent on people so dependent on what grandma then told us from a recipe or religion or whatever. We're told from tradition to believe this and do it this way. Don't you go over there, get some more knowledge. Don't you go over there getting more knowledge and have that defeat your relationship with whatever. But it says, what does it say? Study to show thyself approved.
Yeah. So
with that, it's like, if you're getting wisdom, and you should be asking questions and not just saying okay because mama or daddy or grandma said so. Because if you look around, the real question is it working for you? Has it been working for you? Is it showing? Is it really, really, truly? And has it been really, really, truly showing?
But
you want me? Go ahead, Margo.
Oh, go ahead. No, you go ahead and finish what you were saying.
No, baby, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm not gonna. No, go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
The thing is the more that you show that you've grown is that you don't wait for answers, but your questions get better as you get older. Your questions get better. What you decide to ask or what you decide to seek out, but you're not necessarily always receiving an answer for it. But you make that up and choose that in your own mind.
And with that, I do see what you're saying, but also I do know that, like, well, the fact remains is that in terms of your questions getting better, what betterment is very subjective. You know, You can learn new things and different things and have a new awakening, a new approach to certain things. It doesn't necessarily, it's like it's waging. It's like it's like it's being graded. Like we call what is better. But if it's new knowledge, the betterment is the fact that you're obtaining new knowledge to have different questions. So to me, it's not a matter of better. It's just a matter of being awakened to new knowledge and having something different bringing to the table in terms of better. But betterment is betterment is within. It's within.
People are really afraid of new knowledge. A lot of it is that they're really afraid of that new knowledge because we talk about it. It kind of shakes everything that they have been told or been taught.
Right.
You know, and so
right.
it does something to them.
Like they it's like they're at the point to rethink what they're thinking. That's what a lot of people are afraid to do. They are afraid to rethink their thinking, and it's based off of fear 98% of the time. They feel like they're going to go to a certain place if they get challenged with what they believe. But as long as they stick with this program, they're going to be fine. So as long as they stay this course, they're going to be fine, as opposed to evolving and growing in wisdom. There's not one way with wisdom. That's the problem. We've been taught that there's only one way in wisdom, which is why we're so stagnant and repeating ourselves, doing the same things over and over and over. We just articulated our words differently and using the thesaurus to be a part of the program or be a part of the conversation.
So one of the things that I respect most highly, I spent 8 months in Africa. I've spent 4 years in Korea, and got to travel, some of the region.
I got to travel,
and even in Guam, and I say this because I'm from America, and I spent a great portion of my life in America. But it's only when I traveled outside this country that I gain a worldly perspective on life. And both in Africa and in Asia, it's all about, you can receive knowledge, and no one will deny you whatever the hell you're looking for. And Margo hit on it earlier. They will tell you, and you've seen it in movies. Now you've asked the right question, because a lot of times you're not asking the right questions. And no one's going to volunteer information. People are like, hey, you whatever you want to know, I'll tell you, but you got to ask the right question. You see what I'm saying? And what is the right question? Who the fucking hell knows? But when you get there,
it's the right question for you at that time being.
That's what resonates with you. Exactly.
Right.
It's not anybody else. It's never external.
And this goes back to what you're saying. No one's going to share wisdom with you if you don't ask the right question. And so my frustration is, how do I know what question to ask if I'm not, if no one is imparting knowledge or wisdom upon me?
It's time. I just feel like it's time. It could be time and a place. It can be a number of things. Is it asking the right question for the betterment of those two individuals' conversation? There's more than one way to have a good question, because what you may know, they may not know. So that's a two-way street in terms of a better question than what's. So let me talk. Yeah, the better question, but then perhaps. What is it? What I want to say? The better question fitting enough for us to have a conversation. To me, that's very arrogant for someone to say you didn't ask the right questions. Well, if I didn't ask the right questions, then give me breadcrumbs so I can go and get some resources or go to those resources so we can have an accord or have a conversation. But to look at it as you're not asking the right question, then to you or to your perspective, my answer may not be right enough for you. No matter how it
Well,
goes, it's always going to be.
share something. I got to share something. I got to break in here real quick. We all have that little thing in the back of our head that says something ain't right.
Your consciousness.
We all have that. Yeah, we all have that, and that's
Your,
when you have to go. See, I always knew
your
that
over
something
self.
wasn't right. Right, and what I did, like when I started waking up in 2008 was my year when I really started waking up. I said something ain't right, and then when I saw, like I said, I saw my first movie.
Sound like a Key Sweat song to me. Sound like a Key Sweat song to me.
Yeah, I mean it is, and then I actually from there I started to do the research, and I saw some things that shook me completely. But I was willing to walk in that door. You have to not besides questioning something that's going on, you have to be willing to step outside of the narrative that you have been fed all of your life. You've got to be willing to step out and say, I don't know everything, and here's some more information over here. Walk into
what is
it.
Wrong
It could
with
be
that?
bullshit. Yeah, it could be bullshit, but still walk in there. At least you have two sides of a story. I mean, think about it. Everything that we've been told has another side of a story. It just popped in my head just now about President Abe Lincoln. Okay, they say that he was shot by John Wilkes Booth, and it was just blah 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 blah. Then I saw the other whole story. Is that his wife was a drunk. His wife was a drunk. The Illuminati used him because he had another woman on the side with some kids, and she did that whole thing. But I had to dig in and find that truth. I had a twinge in my head that something wasn't right in that story.
It's a lot because I've even heard that, for those that can pass as white, and that he could, he's, in there somewhere is a couple of drops of blood. Yeah.
Because Barack Obama was not the first black president.
Yeah, so I'm hearing, even with the what's the musical Hamilton, they were saying a lot of, from their research of history, a lot of them was, just trying to pass.
So there's a lot of information. That's what it is, Michael. Just to answer your question, I don't know if you catching what we're saying.
I'm hearing all of what you're saying, and I already know that Abraham Lincoln was a black man. He was a black man.
About me, the whole second woman and everything. Okay, let me tell you this. Okay, when I first started doing meditation and meditating on the group meditation, what the guy taught us to do was how to meditate and to feel and to wake up that pineal gland in there. There's a whole exercise that used to go on in the meditation. For probably the first year of the meditation, he did a exercise to kind of lubricate and wake up the pineal gland. That's what's missing from a lot of people.
Fasting undoes the years and years of fluoride that has calcified around your pineal gland. Fasting does that. And what ends up happening? What ends up happening is when you fast. I'm just saying, when you fast, it undoes the effects of the fluoride effect, because then when you don't feed it, it crystallizes, and then so on.
Even though they put the fluoride in our water, I don't use it in toothpaste.
Fluoride too. You better get your ass back to that baking soda and vinegar and brush your teeth, and then you'll notice how much cleaner your teeth are. But anyway.
Hey, hit that chat for us, and we get back to the article.
You want me to hit the chat? You want me to hit that chat, girl? I'm gonna hit that chat. You want me to hit that chat?
Then we got a couple of more endpoints, like the numbers.
Yeah. Okay. So let me see what
Hey y'all. Hey, I gotta roll out. I got some resting. I love you guys. Thank you so much. I have to put my thumb on certain things, but I love you guys. Keep it going. Yeah.
Thank you for jumping on in there.
Rick, I got a question for you, man. Rick, I got a question for you, Rick.
What's up?
I can't remember who sang this song, but I believe it goes, "Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me?" Let me stop fucking with you, man.
That's David Ruffin. That's David Ruffin.
But cool, man. My bad, man. Damn, I hit that note too hard.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't nothing without David
Wrapping
Ruffin.
it up.
you,
I ain't no temptation. So I'm gonna hit this chat real quick, y'all. So, all right, mama. So Shamika said, "I'm willing to listen, but agree with Mike. I need the whole pie in one sitting. When I'm only given pieces and not the whole, it's confusing for me, and it stops me from wanting to find out more."
I
You
get
see what I'm
that,
saying?
but the thing is, there's so much information. Y'all ever heard me talking and I'm saying so much stuff, and I'm trying to get so much to you?
Oh, yeah.
And I know
That sounds like a song. So much. That's a song, girl.
And I apologize because I'm trying to download y'all so quickly, but I had said to myself, they can't be retaining all this.
And we still buffering.
Right,
exactly.
Right, the wheel of death. Right, the wheel of death. Circle of death.
We trying to catch up and we buffering.
So I say this, and I can't. I can only speak for me. I can't speak for anybody else. But if you know you got some juiciness, share that juiciness to bait them in and say, "Hey, if you want to know more, I can break this shit down for you way the fuck over here." If you just want to hear me, I'm not asking you to believe. I'm not asking you to convert, but I will share with you the information that I have. And then you can go do your research, and based off of that, if you want to come back and ask me questions, I can journey with you, or you can say, you can dismiss me. I don't care. But because remember, like I said earlier, you did your part. You gave them something that was unbeknownst to them in the beginning. They go look up the information, and that's all you need them to do. Go research for yourself. They can't deny, like that one lady say on that movie, that look, what was it, Resident Evil? You can't deny my logic. My logic is undeniable, or whatever she's saying, right? So people know, and you just said it. You said there's that little thing in the back of their brain. People know, and when they do their research, it might tap into something that's been back there, and they're gonna be like, "Oh snap," or they might be like, "Fuck that," my daddy said this. Either way, they've already went and looked, and by looking, they saw something that differs from what they were told or what they were taught. You're done. You've done your job.
So you
But you know what I think is so cool now? I'm sorry, Margo. You know what I think is so cool? Like remember when everything first broke out with this latest incident going on, and I came and I gave y'all a little synopsis. I was so glad to see after that a lot of stuff is hidden out there that disproves everything that's on that news.
Yeah.
But you just have to not look at that in order to see it. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of stuff that's being dropped out there that disproves every game that's being played on that TV. Just like I said, the moving body behind the reporter. I mean, there's so many things. The plastic guns? No, the guns were made out of, what were they made out of? Was it plastic? It was something, the guns that were made out of something. It was just so many things that they were not careful, and they put it out there thinking that they're fooling us again. But folks are waking up with this worldwide great awakening, and they call them bullshit on a lot of stuff now.
So I do have a question, because I have this thing about when I talk to people, because I got ADHD, that the conversation between a normal person and a normal messenger and a normal receiver is a straight line, but somebody with ADHD, that shit goes all over the place. I got a little meme that's out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I know the topic was celebrity relationships and do they taint whatever.
Yeah.
We somewhere way down the fucking line.
I was trying to wait to see brought it back.
Well, you know what? The reason why I let it go down there is because if you're looking at that whole celebrity world, and remember I told you that was controlled by the Alphabet Boys. Remember I said that?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm gonna give you the
you throwing up print signs. What the hell you doing? What's going on?
I'll give you the first letter and see.
Yeah, you know I'm saying
the first letter. I'm just telling the Alphabet Boys they controlled all that. So therefore, what the stuff that we're talking about is the awakening of life I'm basically saying that everything over there is fabricated and fake.
So let
it
me
relates
say,
in its own way.
I agree, right? I agree that we're being force fed certain things to detract our minds away from the truth. I will say that. However, I feel like we all know life as we experience it, and I believe I was talking to Bridget about I think it was the famous psychologist from, you got your Freudians and your neo-Freudians, and I believe from was a neo-Freudian, if I'm not mistaken. I don't want if somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but Fromm's belief was that through he agreed with Freud on some aspects as far as childhood and experiences, but then he said through our experiences is what defines us, and anything that threatens our existence is why we respond the way we respond. And when we start looking at celebrity lifestyles and holding them to be on a pedestal, sorry y'all, or to be of grandeur, or up here, we know we probably got knowledge and wisdom that we can probably share with these famous folks that we hold way to hook up here that they don't know about. Because think about it, the people that we're following, we're probably older than them.
Most of them,
right? And we've been on this earth longer than them, so we see them on a grand scale and think that because they're millionaires, they're worth more, they're more valuable, or their life is much more important than ours. Nah, they probably just need a little education or a little wisdom that they can get from some people that don't have as much finances as they do. I mean, you got.
And I'm gonna say one more cryptic.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say one more cryptic thing. They probably ain't real.
That too, right? So when we look at them,
so when they're not real, they have handlers, Michael. They have handlers.
Right? No, I feel you.
So they don't have this.
Right. So and what is it? Something Island. Something Island is a good movie about clones and everything else. It's some movie about islands and clones and when they escaped and then the motherfuckers found out the truth and some other shit. But it's a movie about that. The Island, I think it's called The Island or some shit like that. But anyway, what I'm getting at is, like, we look at them people and we say, does it taint reality? It does taint reality because you're force-fed to look at the media and you're force-fed to be in all these people's lives to forget your own. I made a song about it when they did that TikTok trend. Why money ain't free? We work, you know what I'm saying, 40 hours a week for you know what I'm saying. What is it for 40 hours a week for 40 years to get 40% out of our retirement? You see what I'm saying? They pay you to forget your fucking dreams, and what they do is they force feed you these fabricated lifestyles which you think that you can obtain, and you spend your life trying to be like them. Fuck them. Be your damn self.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, it became more of a reality for me once I retired from the military and everything else and being a disabled veteran. I don't have to work if I don't want to. Right now, I don't have to work. I'm good where I'm at. With the money I get, the money I make, or whatever the case may be, allows me to sit my ass at home and not do a goddamn thing from now until forever. You see what I'm saying?
You know, the thing is,
so I'm not chasing. So I'm not chasing no stars or no. Not
chasing the dream that they have built for you. Right. Because it's a top-down measure. They consider us useless eaters. So they put all these things in front of your face, celebrity life, all the things that they have, and you have them yourself. And they use their corporations that they control to dangle their products in the front of your faces too, so that you can get that too. It's all a top-down situation. So right now, I'm gonna give you a tip. Because Veronica, you said something to me about this a couple weeks ago, and you notice I turned my head all the way around. I almost Linda Blaired on you. I almost turned all the way around like The Exorcist when said that these people who we were talking about, Airbnb has said that they were raising money to send over to the Ukraine. I said that ain't nothing but top down telling they slave corporations to pull money out of you so that they could not send it there, but they're using the money themselves. Because if you go do the research, all of those organizations, Red Cross, Salvation Army, all that, it's out there in front of your faces. Only a very, very small percentage of the money actually goes to the actual cause of the people.
It's a nonprofit. It's a nonprofit organization, right? It's a nonprofit organization, and understand this: in a nonprofit
and they
organization,
use the money for the. But that was the way that they raise money through their the you know what I'm talking about those.
But through a nonprofit organization. But through a
Mm-hmm.
nonprofit organization, here's the catch: only a portion of the proceeds need to go to the cause.
Very small, yes.
Right, and that's all you have.
Go look at the Red Cross right now. Just
that statement itself, you know, a portion of the proceeds is going here.
Right.
So you can get $1 billion. You can get $1 billion, but when you say a portion of the proceeds, you can give them 10 grand, and that's a portion. You done. And you met your quota.
And just like when they said that they were raising money, I said that's because them fools are losing their money because the whole financial system is changing. I'll tell you about that behind the scenes. But that's all, and they're about to lose their money.
The U.S. dollar has lost it and decreased in value.
But it's no longer going to be controlled by them because that was a Federal Reserve fiat dollar.
What is it? What is it? The NEWSBREAK and the JUSSERA.
Yeah.
Is it the NEWSBREAK and JUSSERA, which basically was done years ago to promote what's about to happen here soon,
right?
To where student loans, student debt, and all that other shit, because that's what they proposed back in the day, and now it's coming full circle again. So,
right. It was 2001. It was the reason why we had 9/11, National Economic Security and Reformation Act. What happened is the rest of the world, when they stormed Bill's office, Delta Force, and made him sign that shit, it was supposed to happen September 11, 2001, 10 a.m. What happened at 8 something, almost 9 a.m.?
Right.
Okay. So all that went away for many years. Okay. So here we are now. We're back again. But the other 208 countries say, hey, we want some of that too. So that's where GESARA came from, Global Economic Security and Reformation Act. And so it's going down. It's going down. But what I can't wait for, I'm so excited about, is that fiat dollars going away. Y'all, I can tell y'all already right now, I already got pulled. I'm in yellow right now with this YouTube. I'm already in trouble. So I just
I mean, can you get in trouble for what we say?
Yeah, I'm already in trouble. It's okay because let me pull it again and look at it. I'm in yellow.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now. Look here. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. You see that? You see that right there? You see that sign on that wall right there? Mm-hmm. And y'all saw my hat. Y'all saw my hat. It fell on the floor somewhere. Oh, here you go. And you see this right here? That turn them loose. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Hey, look, no hesitation. You know what I'm saying? We not holding our tongue for shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that's the whole thing. If we decide to do a show like on Rumble or Odyssey or BitChute or somewhere, you can speak. But as long as on this platform, you have to be very careful because
I just find it funny that we have freedom of speech, but then on a certain platform, that shit's limited. The fuck out of here.
It's on a lot of things. It's not even just on this platform. It's on a lot of them. You can't say much on Facebook or IG.
Right. Don't tell me I got freedom of speech and then you try to, you know what I'm saying? Then you try to censor me. Yeah, like that's bullshit. You know what I mean? We're talking about a global pandemic, but I can't say that or this. The fuck? Like that's a global pandemic. That shit worldwide. Who don't know about it? Who don't know about fucking corona? Who don't know about fucking the pandemic or whatever? Who don't know about it? It's out there. It's on the fucking news. Like come on. Like, come on, I can't talk about it on the fucking platform. Fuck.
Look, I'm so busy with my page.
Come on,
and I'm
man.
like, Please pull this up so I can see if I'm in the red.
I'm sorry, but
okay, let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all want to finish?
No,
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm done. Hey, we got to get the educational factor on it for the audience, though.
Yeah, go ahead with the low points.
Yeah, we got to do the educational part. We got to do the educational part for the audience.
Let's go back over here. We're on number 4 of the toxic relationship. The 7 signs of a toxic relationship. Number 4, walking on eggshells. Ever hide your phone because you're afraid of what your significant other is going to say about a text from someone else? Are you afraid of going out with people after work because he or she might get jealous? Healthy relationships are built on trust and open communication. If you often find yourself trying to predict what will make your partner angry and avoiding that, even if it doesn't always work, it could be a toxic situation. You don't do that kind of thing with your friends. Why is it okay with your significant other?
Hey, look here, man. That's just insecurity. And I believe I've said it best. A person's projection is their self-reflection.
But it can also be a dangerous thing.
You know
Their self-reflection can be a dangerous thing.
You know what I mean?
I'm just saying, like, to the next one real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just trying to get to them, and then we can dip back. Number 5, you feel like you have to ask permission. A mature adult relationship is comprised of 2 adults, and adults do not have to ask one another for permission. Yes, relationships require compromise, and you should consider your partner when making big life decisions, like whether to move across the country or switch jobs. But if you feel like you need permission to make plans with friends or find yourself feeling uncomfortable about making simple choices without seeing if it's okay with your significant other, there's something wrong. Hey, let's talk about that one. Anybody had anyone that they feel like wants permission?
No, it ain't
wants you to have permission.
But it's good to have a conversation. But like, hey, I'm gonna go hang with such and such. I'll be back. You good? You cool?
Can I go hang with? That's it.
Yeah, that ain't.
Can I go hang with?
Yeah, no. Can I go hang? It's just like, hey, I'm gonna be gone. Do you need anything while I'm out? Or just call me. Let me know what's up if something arises. But it ain't no. Can I go? Will you let me? Or because I even had a friend that was playing it. It was like, oh, so they let you. Oh, it was like way back to.
They let you out the house.
Yeah, he let you out. Like, what you mean? I say the only one should be God. He woke me up this morning and he told me put one step in front of the other. So I that's the only one I need to be answering to like that. Tell me he let you out the house. Like what? Who was I?
Sometimes it's not even about you. Sometimes it's not even about you asking. Sometimes it's a personal choice to not go, just because you know what the reaction afterwards can be. So that can also be a sign. Not the point of you having that off, but the point of you knowing if you do go anyway, it's gonna be a problem, or could possibly be a problem.
That's true. That's true. But I know I asked for no question. Okay, let's get to this next one real quick. Constant exhaustion. Trying to predict someone else's behavior or mood changes is tiring. Do it over and over for months or years, and you will become exhausted. In healthy relationships, both partners feel normal and relaxed because most of the time. In toxic ones, the good periods that were so common at the beginning start to be fewer and further between and rarely last long. If you constantly feel drained and exhausted in your relationship, it's time to think about exiting.
Right. Yeah.
I agree with that. I've been there before.
Like this is way too much work. I mean, I know it's supposed to be some, but like this is every single day.
Right. That's too much. That's too much. Okay, and the last one, becoming isolated. Part of the problem with the exhausting is your motivation level for seeing anyone else, including friends and family. If your partner discourages you from seeing those close to you, that's a major red flag. But the more insidious issue is when you yourself stop making an effort to see the people you love out of sheer exhaustion. The first step when it comes to getting out of a toxic relationship is admitting there's a problem. Be careful, take care of yourself, and get help if you need it.
12 years ago, y'all just said y'all did my whole life in the last 4 sentences, the last 4 questions, my whole entire life. But the only way I got out of it is the landlord said, "I'm raising your rent $200." I said, "I can't pay that." He said, "Well, you stay with him, and y'all not married. You got to go." Well, I had somewhere to go. I went back to my dad's house. I moved back in with my daddy. He had to go and stay with his mama, which he didn't want to do. He did not want to go stay with, but he ended up not staying with his mama. He staying with some girl that he met. Then he ended up staying with his mama. Then he got sick and almost died. So that's how I got out of that relationship.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
I got tired of it. I would stay up all night while he slept and cried.
Right.
Veronica said, "I ain't got no time for you and your book." Hey.
This is a song. See, I was just sitting here thinking about my cursing just now. I said, but Michael can come along and sing a whole song and it's okay.
Michael makes a song of my life, right?
Yeah, my bad, y'all. My bad.
That's fine. Hit the chat again before we get ready for the wrap.
Let me see. Let me see. Where do we chat at? The next one was Jimmy Jacobs said, "Hey, seize up," because you threw that Crip sign. And then and then Shamika basically said, "It's not permission, but a discussion based on an agreement,
right,
to be considerate of one another." Now, I think that I agree with what she's saying. However, I think that depending on the person you with, it becomes an expectation. You know what I mean? Because you got to think, before you got into a relationship, you didn't have to answer to no fucking body.
right.
And if you love me and if you trust me, then you shouldn't question my loyalty, you know what I'm saying, or my faithfulness to you. If you trust me enough, you be like, "Oh, well, I don't trust females." But do you trust me? Or, "Well, I don't trust them cats," if it's a dude, you know, on the opposite end. But do you trust your gal? If you trust them, then you know ain't shit to worry about.
So, well, Mike, where did this one come from? If I can't have you, nobody else can.
That's some psychotic shit, and you need to get the fuck out ASAP.
Yeah.
Exit. They left. Like
I'm going. I'm way going when I hit that.
If I can't have you, can't nobody else have you. That you need to watch. Be careful.
That's that heavy sign of crazy.
Yeah, you need to be careful with that.
Yes.
You need to sleep. You need to sleep with a butter knife. You need to sleep with a butter knife, a motherfucker. Do you say?
Butter.
I say a butter knife because
yeah,
because a butter knife is dull and it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt a whole lot worse.
My mom passed away. My mom had passed away. First, my grandmother passed away. I was allowed to go and hang out with the family for maybe about an hour or two. When my mom passed away, I got just a little bit more leniency. I could hang out with them for a little bit more long time.
But what is this?
You go everywhere, everything was over. Who was all over there?
This is like a
you said aloud. You was in a relationship.
A recess time, or like if you in jail, but this is your outside time for, where you can get fresh.
They had to know who was all over there, and Did any of my exes show up? And they heard that I had people over there.
You know what? I'd have been like, you can bring your happy ass home and come see.
Yeah.
My question would have been, motherfucker,
Right.
if you know I'm dealing with this tragic loss, why the fuck you ain't with me?
True.
Right. That's just
one, my family didn't have too much for him. And I don't know. I guess it was just me.
So that's why he wasn't there.
Yeah. Or maybe you felt that he was an embarrassment to even bring him around. Because when it starts to get into that, it's like
as the relationship got older, I did.
Yeah. Because then
that's
it's like
that's the one that,
especially if you're feeling like
that's the one Renita met, right?
That's the one Renita couldn't stand.
Yeah, I just feel like this, man. When you start talking about I ain't allowed, that's what the fuck you mean? I mean, you're not allowed.
Like I don't remember you in the midst of being conceived.
Mm-hmm.
He was like,
you ain't
nothing about you doing it.
Like, no.
I'm not a female, but I think I'm not a female.
I made the film for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not a female, but I think if a motherfucker told me what I wasn't allowed if I was a female, I'd be like, well, you ain't allowed to get none of these goodies.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, since you want to allow some shit, you know what I mean? You know?
Right.
Shit.
All my friends was like, why you stop hanging with us? Why you stop calling? Why you stop speaking? When I go to the grocery store, I had to look straight ahead.
You had to.
I wondered why you looking at them. Is that what you want?
I'm like, anything outside of this shit.
Renita didn't give me no details on that, because me and Renita used to roll deep. So we whooped somebody's ass, so she didn't tell me all that.
Nah, man.
I guess she was afraid of the results.
I mean, I can't speak. I can't speak because a lot of times, if you're not living it or you're not in it, you can't necessarily speak. You can always talk about what you could do or what you would have done.
But everybody's different.
Well, right.
Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Some of us have been in those situations and we had to regulate that situation.
I can't even say that. I can't even say twice. I've been in a couple of those that you were listing, but not all of them. And that part with not, kind of seeming like you're moving away from family, but not so much intentional. It's just that where you were placed and where y'all actually moved and stayed. But it still was my choice to go around family and stuff like that. But every now and again, something be brought up. Well, you'll drop what you're doing to go hang out with such and such or hang out with. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, they don't cause me as much as headache as your black motherfucking ass.
Yeah, and then that's what I'm actually. Yeah, it's like that's what I'm actually doing, just hanging. It's not.
I'm sorry, I don't believe in holding my tongue. I don't believe in holding my tongue for nothing.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
It ain't like that.
Well, you know something that's like I can honestly vouch and say that the toxic relationship sometimes can sneak up on you. You don't realize that you're there. You're maintaining in a relationship, and then one day you wake up and this person has done something, violates you in some way, whether it's putting their hands on you or something. You realize, and then you're like, oh goodness, I've heard about this. And then you have to make a decision. You have to make a decision as to you're going to stay or go. But for me, I had to make a decision of what I want to go to the penitentiary or if I want to go. So I made the decision to go.
If I'm gonna make that orange or that black and white look cute or not, like
there you go.
Yeah, I mean, and in some situation, ain't nothing wrong with the paintation. Ain't nothing wrong with paintation.
That's why I told you I want that taser that the police got. I don't want the little bitty one. I want the one that's like a gun.
You want a taser?
I want the one that y'all can sit right where I'm sitting at. And if something comes through my door, I ain't got to get up. I can just point that motherfucker and shoot.
It goes, and it goes over there and grabs them.
I'm not going for your heart. I'm not going for your stomach. I'm not going for your neck. I'm going straight for the motherfucking neck.
The mother.
She put some exaggeration on it. She slowed it down. She meant that.
From the bottom of my feet, girl. I'm telling you.
Oh gosh. And I'll tell you honestly, I think I used to have my own statistic, and I will still contend that when most women have or will encounter in an abusive situation, and a lot of men somewhere in a lifetime will encounter some individual
Yeah,
that tries to do something.
I think for me it was more verbally abusive versus
Man,
and it was
Oh,
just
I do from my
Mhm.
experience. Um, I think, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. Is I'm the only male on this panel right now, but I do think that a lot of women hide behind the shield of womanhood, and any man that raises their voice, yells, hoops, or holler to get their point across or express themselves um, in a unique or frustrating situation is looked at as being bad or negative because he's doing something that most people will say, well, that's not right. That's not supposed to happen. But you don't know what that person deals with. Switch it. It could be a man doing the same thing to a female, and then when she go to acting up or snapping, they make her, like you said, gaslighting. They make her look like she's crazy, or they make the man look like he's crazy. And in those situations is basically you're hiding behind something because someone or a group of people or whatever has made you feel like you are in the right. And you may actually be fucking wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So a lot of times men end up doing it, and the women kind of get behind that, get protected by that woman thing. Well, you shouldn't be talking about that. There's a lot of women that put themselves in situations that they shouldn't, and there's a lot of men that take advantage of that. On the flip side, there's a lot of men who end up receiving that same treatment from a female. So in either way it go in a relationship, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? I think folks have to be mindful of who you're talking to, what you're saying, and how you going at them people, and then the responses that you get. You can't sit there and try to flip the script when you done sat there and called somebody a bitch, a hoe, a motherfucker, or a little dick ass motherfucker, or whatever whatever insults that you may give them, and then when they turn around and snap back at you or go off or defend themselves, you want to try to make them look crazy in the process. That's some bullshit.
It
You know what I'm
is.
saying?
To me, I think the toxicity, it can be on either side. I look at it, when it comes to men or with women. I mean, there's some women who they like to hit on a man. They feel they like to hit on a man to get something started. Cause they feel like if they not in the midst of that, he don't love them. If he ain't knocking the hell
Right.
out of them, he don't love them. So they would stir
and
up
they
some
got a
stuff.
crazy thought process with that because
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. You putting your hands on me. It ain't no love there. You don't cross that boundary. It ain't no need for
Right.
me to, you know what I mean? And even if you the female that walks away or the male that walks away in the midst of it because you're trying to avoid it, if somebody's following behind you just to keep stabbing at you, then
Mm-hmm.
they done lost all respect. Especially if you're like,
Mm-hmm.
let's not do this now. I'm not trying to take this here. This is not how we should be speaking to each other. Let's not call each other out of terms, especially too if it's just you two, or if it's you have a family and you have kids around. Even if they ain't in the same room, you still shouldn't be speaking that way because you can still be heard through them walls and through them doors. It's just certain
Right.
conversations and the way to conduct yourself that you ain't even got to go all out of bounds and disrespect each other by calling each other names and stuff like that. Cause I remember getting in an argument and I'm like, I've never done that, especially not with my kids being in a house. And even if they wasn't there, it was a certain level of, you know, I honor what we have enough to not call you out of your name like that, but you want to do me like that. And you doing it
Right.
intentionally because your purpose is to harm me or to make me say something and let you in on
Right.
how this bothers me by you saying it, you still gonna keep doing it.
Tanya, you're right,
Yes.
Margo. You're very right. Check your IG, get that picture, and if you can, post it. It goes perfect with what we're talking about.
Okay, you check
So
check my IG.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just sent you some, and then get that picture, and if
And
you
I
can,
forgot to
post
put
it.
that doggone. I forgot to put that doggone Bridget picture out there. Doggone it, Bridget, you got away with. No,
But
she didn't. I could add that
Margo,
to
you got a point.
Facebook.
You do have a point because I just feel like this here. I feel like people get too damn comfortable in relationships. You know what I'm saying? And they get too comfortable, or it has been one person has either gave so much or sacrificed so much that the other person has taken advantage of that submittal. Let's
yeah.
just call it that. They take advantage of that submittal, and then they get that, oh, okay, well I can do this now.
But after those boundaries being crossed, what would make, I'll just say me, what would make me want to continue to submit to you, and all you've done is cause harm, whether it's
Right.
not even physical but verbally.
So
And
here's what I say. For people that sit there for people that remain in those situations, knowing damn well it's obvious of what's going on, I feel like there's you're either mimicking what you saw when you were growing up, number one, or two, there's something inside that you know that you feel guilty about. So because you feel guilty about something, you kind of stay where you at, or you are mimicking what you saw. Like when they say, well, most women would be like, girl, I couldn't stay with a motherfucker if he put his hands on me. But that be the same person that watched their mama stay with their daddy after he done whooped her ass. And then you be like, and then when a dude go upside her head, she ain't went nowhere because, well, mama stayed and that's what she did, and that's probably what I need to do. See what I'm saying? Because kids mimic.
Behavior.
They do.
Some learned behavior.
You know what I'm saying?
Some of my thing, the reason I felt like I stayed
In men, sorry, Veronica, in men, which is why that's why they say it's very crucial for you have to have representation in the household. I'm sorry, Veronica, but when they be like, well, he put his hands on her. Well, in his mind as a kid, well, daddy put his hands on mama to make mama listen or get his point across. That's what I need to do. So it is like she said, like Tanya said, it's learned behavior. All right, and I'll stop with that because you know where I'm going. So I'm sorry, Veronica, continue.
Well, him growing up, he did watch stuff like that. His stepfather was beating on his mother. He saw stuff like that.
It don't make it right either. I'm not advocating for anybody. I'm saying don't make it right, but I'm just saying that it's learned behavior. Yeah.
The reason why I stayed, no disrespect to my other half, he's in there, but I stayed because of the sex.
No.
That shouldn't be.
What? He hit you with that hammer, huh?
Oh Lord.
So then it was like most of it because by me being heavy set, and back in them days, I didn't think I could find nobody else. I didn't think there was no other guy.
Oh, he put it on you,
and he was the one that I felt like he was the one that was gonna give it.
Shit.
Not the same as the majority. I mean, anyway.
And Mike, I uploaded this picture, so whatever you want to do it, I uploaded it.
Whenever
okay.
Started putting his hands on me till he got mad with me because he didn't have no money, and I definitely went and hung out with my grandmother. We had a surprise birthday party for my grandmother, and when I came back, that's when he jumped on me. None of that. Well, that's not my responsibility. That's mama.
Girl, I'm telling you, you should have called me and my sister. He talking about some jumping. We would have caught his ass in midair. He would have never jumped in bed. He would have scared of a jump rope. That fool would have said, that fool would have seen a jump rope and started running. I mean, come on now, girl. You should have told us.
Yeah, when it starts to get physical, it's it's
and I know it's hard to tell because I didn't want to talk about my situation either. But like I said, I made a decision that orange jumpsuit or
and it's not necessarily easy because if you think of it, that's a lot of a mental abuse, and you got constantly got to consider, you know, the length of time that all of that's been going on, and when you finally get, you know, sick and tired of being sick and tired and going through the same scenario, then you'll start to make your own move. And that's definitely a hard lesson for anyone, and we can't say we're all going to react the same. Hearing it doesn't sound good, you know, on the other end from, you know, other people and stuff like that. And like Tanya was saying, that everybody's looking in from the outside, but once you're actually in it, that's a whole different walk.
Whole new story,
whole different walk.
Yeah, right. Because I remember I didn't talk about it. I said I fought back. I was like, I don't know.
I left.
I didn't know. I mean, I knew to fall back, but this man stood like 5'9" over me, probably weighed about 300 pounds. He was a big man, you know what I'm saying? He was like, most of it was muscle. And I was like, when he got me, I had just came in the door. I wasn't nowhere near no knives or nothing. Because if I was by a knife, I probably would have cut him.
So let me ask y'all this here. A lot of times, you notice it's the man versus woman. And you know, and the man's like, oh, he wrong for that. My granny taught me different. My granny raised me different. She said there's gonna be some women out there that's gonna try to take you out. And she said if a woman put herself in a man's situation, she said you knock that hoe out just like you do with anybody else.
Oh Lord.
And my granny, but now my granny wasn't a regular granny. My granny was, we call it gangster granny. My grandma, you know, she jammed the Loonies. Her favorite song was "I Got 5 on It."
Oh shoot, that's like my mom. That's my mom.
You know what I'm saying? This is not an excuse for anything to go like that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to ask you women, since I'm the only man on here, do you feel like there are times when women put themselves in a situation where a man is justified?
Yeah. I've always been told that.
Say it one more time. I didn't hear that. Say it one more time.
Yeah,
very, very small degree. But
hold on, wait. I don't know if it's a delay, but I'm hearing like all of y'all come in at the same time, but I know y'all are responding separately. So
yes,
is everybody on the same?
Lady B goes first. Go
okay.
first.
I said it one more time because I missed it.
I said, for me, my mom always told me, and even my mom and Les, they told me, never put yourself in a position to be treated like a man. So that means in every regard, you know, don't put your hands on a man. And that's the same thing I teach my daughters now. I say, don't put your hands on a man, on a boy. Because if they hit you back, you know, just understand they did it as a reflex and as a response to what you did to them first. So yeah, if a man or a boy put their hands on you, handle up, you know, gotta handle your business. You know, fight them back, fight them like a man, but don't put yourself in a position of a man and hit them first. Or, you know, talk down to them, you know, like you're above them, whatever. Not saying that you're not, but don't put yourself in a position to be treated like another man, like you're a man and you're not. So that's what I've always been taught. That's what I teach my daughters. Self-defense, yes, you need to learn defense, but at the same time, don't put yourself in a position to don't hit somebody else and then expect not to get hit back, basically.
Remember, I'm just saying, just now, I was saying that there are some women who really feel like it's okay because they're a woman to put their hands on a man. And that could not be more true. That could not be more true. I mean more false. I'm sorry, you know what I'm saying, that you should not be putting your hands on a man because you are a woman and you feel like you can get away with it.
Right.
I feel like if he hauls off and he knocks the hell out of you, it might have just been something that you brought to the table.
Exactly.
So with that, because very few women will acknowledge that or admit that
Mm-hmm.
if
It's not
you
mature.
know,
They're not mature in themselves.
see, we know
Mm-hmm.
that we know that men, and this is no excuse. So here, please hear me out. This is no excuse, but we know that men are physical beings. They're physical creatures. You know, so when they go out in the world, if you take it back to olden days or whatever, when they go out in the world, they are fighting animals in the hunter-gatherer type of thing. They're fighting enemies and everything else. Women defense may not necessarily, because they can't match a man physically, so the defense of their words. Do you agree, or do y'all agree that words can hit so hard that it inspites a physical response?
Yes.
And I'm
Yeah.
And that's another
Yeah,
thing.
but it doesn't mean that you
And I
actually
say
strike
yes,
on it. If
and
it's
I say
Okay.
yes just
go
because
ahead.
I say
Hold,
yes just because that's one thing I teach my daughters even now is, and even I even teach my sons is, don't hit below the belt. And when I say that, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, you know what to take to trigger somebody else. You know what words to use to trigger someone else. So when we trigger someone or when we feel triggered, we go into a fight or flight response. So when you're triggered, either you're gonna run or you're gonna fight. So whether you're being triggered by someone's words or somebody's actions of putting their hands on you, you have a choice to make whether you're gonna run or fight.
Mm-hmm.
When you have to be taught how to self-regulate or walk
Mm-hmm.
away, or or use your words properly, then fighting may be the only response. So because we know this, I try my best to teach my kids, use your words properly. Don't hit below the belt, meaning don't say something that you're gonna regret that you can't take back,
right,
and don't say something that's gonna end up making you have to cash a check. Your ass can make you have to. What is that?
Right.
yeah,
The cat, yeah,
What is that? What is it?
yeah,
a
yeah,
check that
yeah.
your ass
Let
can't cash.
yeah.
let your mouth
You
write
write
a
a check
check
your
that
ass
your
can't
Right,
ass
pay.
check
can't
that your
cash.
ass can't cash.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. You
So
know
don't
something?
do it. No, if you can't fight, shut up.
Yes. I mean, but think about it this way. I may ask you all, when you all were little, I don't know how you were raised, but when you all were little, did you ever say something in the midst of in front of your parents, like your mama, that you wasn't supposed to say and you got popped in the mouth?
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Sometimes
Yep.
those words,
yeah, yeah. They
sometimes
do.
those words, and it just goes to adulthood, but it may
Yeah.
get more volatile.
So
It may get
Margo,
more
you was about
volatile.
to say something. Go ahead.
Oh, well, the same thing. It's like I try to, choose not to go to the furthest place, when it comes to that, even if I am attacked or hurt. But um, you know, necessarily don't put my hands on nobody or no dude just because I either feel I can get away with it. But I'm like,
Right.
once you start calling yourself trying to put your hands on me, I'm gonna fight back. I might not win
Mhm.
that fight, but you're gonna walk away with some scars and that stuff's gonna burn.
That's
I'm
right.
not it's gonna you're gonna be scratched the hell up. That's something. And it's
So
gonna burn. You ain't gonna forget me. But I try, my thing
hot grits, motherfucker, hot grits.
grip
Hey,
on like
hey.
nothing you
So
ever
Well, let's
seen.
I'm
Um,
finna hit this
well,
chat.
let's.
I'm finna hit this
I
chat
gotta
real
say, let's
quick.
do the chat. Hit the chat, and then we're gonna head towards the close. We gotta head toward the
All
close.
right. So Shamika says, "Thank you, Lady V, for sharing. You're helping someone be encouraged to tell their story and possibly get up." Then she goes on to say, "Is it me or does Mike sound like the rapper Ti?" Please elaborate, Shamika. Please
Yes,
elaborate.
sometimes
You know
you
what I
do.
mean? And So when she said that, I said expeditiously, trying to be funny because that's some, that was T.I.'s phrase.
Yeah.
Then Shamika goes on to say a man should be able to defend himself against a violent woman. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what it kind of went to. And I only ask these questions because we see on all these videos where women go off on a man, and then we see a man walk away or restrain himself, and then we praise him for restraining himself.
But she go following after him.
No, but we praise that man for restraining himself, and everybody in their mind, both men and women, are saying he should have knocked the shit out of her. So there are instances where women agree that a man should have responded, but had he responded, would their thought process be different? And we can, that could be a rhetorical question or whatever the case may be, but I know we got to go in for closing. So I only ask these questions because there are situations where people, man or woman, are in situations to where people say, well, they shouldn't have did that, but you don't know what that person been through. Like Tanya was saying,
how much of it has been building up and all that stuff.
So
right.
So is it I guess
I honestly feel this, and I'll say this as we head towards the wrap. You treat people how you want to be treated, but there's just certain things that I don't do with a man who is supposed to be my mate. And I learned this from another man. You don't call a man a bitch. You don't call men stuff that's demeaning like that.
pussy ass.
Right. And see, if you're my man and you're my mate, I'm not going to handle you in that manner because that's not the love I'm trying to show. When you get to a point where any of that comes about, you ain't my man no more, and we got to go our separate ways. But I'm not going to demean you by calling you a bitch. Right.
Yeah. Well, I've just been in those situations where I've witnessed, females that incite and ignite certain instances, and a man responds the only way he knows how, and then it turns into a woe is me type of situation. But you don't tell nobody that you just went upside his head with a fucking crowbar because you thought he was talking to somebody when he wasn't. Like somebody was in distress, somebody needed help, and they decided to help. You know the type of person you married. You know that they're helpful. But if you, well, you shouldn't have helped that bitch. Well, I didn't know I couldn't help that bitch. I didn't know that y'all had, a history in high school. You know what I mean?
You helped her a little too much. Like, what does that mean? Like, you helped her a little too much.
Like,
you got to watch your partners who demean any person. If I'm with a man and every time he sees me talking to another man or friend or a person I just meet, he's got to call him out of his name, there's something wrong with that situation too. You got to pay attention to that. Right. Because every woman that ain't some bitch, it shouldn't be that negative and dark whenever you see your person talking to somebody else. That is toxic there too.
Yeah.
There's little subtle things we see.
So just to clear the air, we're only conversating about situations in a relationship to where disrespect becomes so much of a point to where people feel that they have to respond in a physical, in a physical manner.
Right.
It should never get to that point, but being a realist, we know that there are times where shit seems to escalate, and then we find ourselves in a situation, or people may find themselves in a situation. Let's just say that. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, but too, like old schools be like, well, if you're a man and you feel like, but if you have siblings and you have female siblings or cousins or some females down the line, you could just hit a sister up and be like, can you handle this for me? Because I'm a man, I don't want to put my hands on her. But to
be honest with you, right? But to be honest with you, you can do that. You can do that. No, but you have a valid point. You can do that, but you're bringing in your family members on some shit where
When
you
just
might
walk away.
actually with that, but you might actually be in the wrong. And now you done brought them in on some shit and they don't have the full story. And they don't whoop somebody's ass. And then when they go to find out that motherfucker, you took a hot fork, you put a fork on the stove and then you burned her with it. No wonder she tried to kill you, motherfucker. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I get it.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to the extreme.
I'm not promoting violence, y'all.
But there's somebody out there who's thinking about that too, you know.
Right.
That for hot fork, you know what I'm saying?
Like,
but let's just kind of bring it to a close. Let's answer the question. Love gone wrong? Do celebrity relationships taint the truth of real abuse? Yes, it does, because sometimes people try to model themselves after celebrities, thinking that it can be the same outcome, and sometimes it can end in violence.
And you should never compare your relationship to somebody else.
That's right. Because everything is different. Everybody's different.
Yeah, and that pisses me off. Have you ever been sitting down watching a movie and somebody say, "Why we don't do that?" Because we ain't them. God damn it.
Well, Michael, let me ask you, before we get out,
we over here.
What you shared with me earlier? Do you want me to put this picture up?
Yes, please. That is important. It's very important. Now, I want y'all to look at that and tell me, do you understand this meme? I made this meme, by the way. Do you understand it?
Yeah.
Please, so if you understand it, somebody talk it out, speak it out.
The same thing we were talking about earlier, that people are used to the narrative that's out there that keeps you darkened in the storm. But there's a lightness that's out there for you to understand the truth in the real world. And you can actually laugh at these creatures who are trying to put us there, but you want to remain over here in the darkness and the storm.
Exactly.
Because that's where you're comfortable.
Right. and in a relationship sense, you used to
the crazy,
the dumb shit that you may have experienced in a past relationship, but then you end up getting somebody that's sunshine and green pastures. But
and then you ruin it.
You sabotage it because you're only used to that. So you take the new man or the new woman into your realm to which you are comfortable with, and then you cause that. You go back to what you're used to. So, I made that a while ago.
That's some realness right there.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So that's all I was saying. You're used to this, so you sabotage the goodness, so you can remain in an area to which you're familiar with.
I've seen people do that a lot.
Yeah,
and I had to learn how to, in my life and growing up, to not see that any darkness, not wanting to be a part of any of the darkness, and that's something that comes with age sometimes.
Right.
Not wanting to be a part of any traumas or darknesses.
Yeah. And you definitely gotta allow yourself to heal and like detox from all the past toxicity, and allow yourself to open up to receive something new. Because if you don't open up, you still, you're not gonna let the true you come out of that.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, okay, folks, let's head on to this wrap here, because we are 4 hours and 7 minutes.
I know. I was like, we going to hit 4 hours.
Because we were going in for a while there on the whole world.
I'm going in, and I'm going to go hard.
And look, let me look over here. I'm still in the yellow.
Who's still here?
But it's okay. It's okay.
As long as you ain't in the red, you good, right?
I ain't in the red, yes. So,
all right.
But it's asking me to verify my identity. So.
Y'all know I love y'all, right? I didn't open my back up.
You late? Yeah, then you on the late show, sis.
I said I'm wait till night.
Okay. Well, let's go to break real quick, and we headed to close. Let's go to break. Let's be back to end it all. End it all. Let's be back to end it in a moment. Okay, welcome back. I can't hear anything. Okay, because I pulled my earphones off by mistake. But you know what, y'all? It was a long show. It was a good show. I'm glad you all had fun.
I'm sorry. I was looking at Bridget pictures. She got one. I got my eyes bug all in the camera. Like, my bad.
I might cut some of hers up and put them out on the post because I got a post on the AIL page. So I could do that. But y'all, what's coming up this week for you all? What's coming up? What's coming up? What's coming up? What you got coming up, Michael?
This week, well, my kinfolk is up there in New York. Well, because he got admitted into that
Film school?
Yeah, the New York Film School or whatever. So I'm gonna go.
All right.
So I'm gonna try to go holler at him and help him. See about it. I gotta put eyes on him. I ain't seen him in a minute, so I gotta go put eyes on him, as the old folks say.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, school started back again, and then I finished 2 songs, and I got 2 more songs I need to finish that I'm working on. And then I got to do 1 song that I started off as a dedication to my father prior to him passing. But now that he's passed, I definitely got to put the emphasis on it to finish it. So I got that song and another song that I'm working on. We'll try to get that done. And I just submitted my first resume. I submitted a resume for a job that speaks to my soul. I did it for shits and giggles, just to kind of to get a feel. I don't know if they're gonna I don't know if these people respond back and say thank you. We didn't select you, but this is why. But I felt like I'm at my 6-month mark. I said I give myself 6 months to do whatever. The end of April is really my 6-month mark, and then I'll determine whether I want to do another 6 months, or if I'm ready to just kind of give it a shot. But
take your time.
But I'm gonna just say that we say that, but life ain't taking this motherfucking time, and so
things still coming, huh?
you know what I'm saying. So, and it's one of them things where I know my situation, and because I'm retired and comfortable, I work because I want to, not because I have to. So if I don't agree with something or something just don't sit right with me, to hell with y'all, I'm out. You know what I mean? Because, I guess that's one of the advantages of being in the situation I'm in is if I don't like something, I can just chuck the deuces and I know I'm still good comfortably. You know what I mean? So there's some projects and some things I want to get done and that I want to have happen, and I can slow roll it, wait month to month, or I can get another job and speed things up a little bit. So I just did something because I saw something that actually aligns with what I was doing right before I got out, and I'm comfortable with that. So I said, let me try it, and I guess we're gonna see what happens.
All right, Michael.
Yeah,
well, it's you in your own transition, so that's a
I'm just saying. I mean, but if this AIL thing kicked through, I mean, I could just do away with all that shit and move to Atlanta.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's happening. I'll tell y'all on the after show. There's a lot going on. All right, Miss Bridget, what's going on with you this week?
This week, let me see. I have a couple of appointments for my kids. I have to get done with. School is starting back again, so I have to start working on my dissertation some more. More housework, getting some more stuff organized in the house. Outside of that, just trying to be mommy and schoolwork done. I actually need to start working on my poetry book some more. I have almost everything in place. I have a few more chapters to write. So I really want to get done with that before my birthday. So I'm gonna try to start hitting that.
Yeah. Nope.
We got a lot to do before your birthday. We all got a lot to do before your birthday, girl. Woo. All right. We'll talk about it at the show too. All right. Okay. Well, good luck on your week coming up, Miss Bridget. Oh, what about you, Margo? Go. What you got? Did you go back to work? You go back to work?
Yeah, good old work. You know how
but
that
you
goes.
Got the babies. You got the babies there.
Yeah, it's a lot of changes that's gonna happen when I go back. So that's what I'm not super excited for, but it's nothing terrible. But I'm thinking that they may move me up in a different position, but it's a greater position, and it's something I've pretty much done before when that kind of didn't have a choice, is making me the lead. So yeah, I've done it many years before. Now the pay is going to reach me in that position, so that's what I'm looking forward to. On top of just more projects in thinking about submitting or creating a poem or a piece of work for this contest that we've been asked through the Free Minds Project, the how I my free writes that I do sometimes on Saturdays. So think about entering a contest to see about winning some money behind that. And besides that, any other little arts and crafts and stuff here. I need to get on top of doing because I didn't do it this year, which kind of sucks, but I'm usually pretty good with doing my vision board. And so this is the first time in the last 3 or 4 years that I did not do one for this new year. And I'm just like, okay, why am I not getting on top of that? What are my goals and my dreams for this year? Because this year ain't over with. So I want to get on top of that and creating that again. I've been big on doing those and having my boys do theirs too. So, my son, my eldest son done beat me. He done did his and he got it on his wall in his room. So I'm just like, okay, why am I not sitting still and getting my thoughts and stuff together? But that's about it.
Okay, cool. I actually pulled my vision board out. It's old. I got to update it, but I did see it just a couple days ago, so I can feel you on that. Veronica, what you got coming up?
Nothing but the usual. Just chilling and
Veronica, why you holding that dread all over the air like that?
Her hair, just twirling her hair.
Just twisting my hair, just playing in my hair. But I just got a couple things that I'm trying to get done around here. I'm trying to open up a new project that I'm doing, and I'll tell y'all about that.
Okay. Michael done lost his mind over there.
No, man, like I want wait till the after show, man. Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Well, you know what? I'll say this, and we got. First of all, let me see. Shamika's still in the chat. She says, "You're definitely right, Tandy girl. He got to go. If I got to call him a hoe, you there right? Yep." And Margo go. She says Margo go saying she bout it behind the males in her family. I know that's right. So thanks, Shamika, for being in chat tonight, and thank you also to
thank you.
to
what's
Jimmy
that song?
and to Rick.
What's that song by what's that song? What's his name? Carlos Santana, Maria or some shit.
Yeah.
Is that it? So you know me. So now you just have to be like Shamika. She's a girl from East. All right, yeah.
Girl, now you got a song, girl. You got a song now.
I know that's right. Well, y'all, my week up. I got some stuff I had to tell y'all on the other side. So I got some hard things going on right now. The biggest thing is that I'm having to use this damn thing again, this inhaler. My asthma has been very, very, very bad, but I'm gonna get through it. Do it every year. I'll get through it. So hopeful. I got some stuff that I'll share with you all in the after show. A lot of progression, and so it's all good. So as I say in my social media. Let me go ahead and run this stuff real quick. Here is a couple things on our way out the door. Here we go.
That
So y'all
next
check them
level
out.
drive.
Driving school. They're going to teach you how to drive. And here's my social media. You go.
We hope that you have enjoyed this episode of Art Imitates Live with Tanya Dixon. So be sure to like and subscribe. And also check us out on all of our other social media.
One time for your mind, one,
Okay,
two.
welcome back.
Hey,
we're into the show, Michael.
Oh shit, my bad. It was just I was jamming the beat. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. Well, y'all, it was a long night for us, but it was a great discussion. You know, we went into some other areas. I think we discussed a lot, first of all, in Who Spiked the Tea, but we really got into a lot of deep discussion over in the living room. And I can't wait to see if people at some point, whenever we get together, whenever that might be, I really want to see if people can sit around and discuss things in a living room. I'm very curious about that. And so I want to see one day how all of that goes. One day
how that we can get together soon.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
It's fine because I really enjoyed the discussion tonight, and you know we're talking the after show in just a few moments, but we really appreciate this happening. I said I was going to do this, and this time I am going to do it because I say it every week, and now my computer is acting like it's frozen, so I'm going to do it as I'm talking about it. Hold on, let me see if I can do it. Okay. All the time, I always say, if you would like to be a guest on a panel or on the show, or if you have a question, a comment, or anything that you'd like to say to us here at Art Imitates Life, feel free to hit us on the website, which is, I did it wrong. So let me scratch that. It's not Tandy Girl, it's Tandy. Let me put it out here again. So that's what happens when you're doing things too fast. Okay, so if you want to hit us at info@tandiland.com. Let's see if I can get it out here and then put it on the screen so that you all can see it. Because I say every week I'm going to do that. And look, I done misspelled it. I almost got it, y'all. Almost got it.
It's been a long night.
Yes, it's been a long night. Right. So let me take that down. And so we also have...
girl, you are my world.
I know, right?
Baby, art imitating life. Tandy girl.
All right, now.
And then we also have the Gmail address if you want to do that too. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. And that would be, let me see if I spelled this one right. This one is tandygirl, AIL at gmail.com. So if you want to hit us with a question, a comment, be a guest on the show, comments for the panel, anything like that, make sure that, you jump in there. And we will make sure to get your questions, comments, and everything on the show. Or if you want to be a guest, you want to join the panel or anything like that, just let me know, and we can try to make that happen. Okay.
Come on in this living room and sip on some of this tea.
But thank you all for being here for another Art Imitates Live. Let me see if I can remember this because it's been a long time. As I like to say in parting, good things come to those who believe. There you go. Better things come to those who are patient, but the best things come to those who what? Never give up. All right. I'm Tanya Dixon. This is the AIL team, and we shall see you next time on Art Imitates Live. Y'all have a good one. All right.